standby, you know. You're muted. Oh, you know, okay. Right, 1 second. Okay, but yeah, that it actually gave an update to say that the event was being live streamed. So was that a test? Okay. Awesome. So let me post that. Let me post that on my status real quick. Find the live stream. Our members, our bosses. Right, so we have 60 seconds to go, 60 seconds to go. Get your drinks. That's true. I should go and get my own as well. I'll be right back in 30 seconds. Let me go grab my drink. Okay, we're officially at 4 p.m. and I think it's safe to say a big welcome to everyone who is logging in. Thank you so much for making your time to be here with us this evening. My name is Chioma Emeritobunda, aka Mrs. CEO, and no, this is not what I look like on a regular Friday. So if you don't look close to this, don't even stress yourself. This is because there's some street credibility to maintain. So we have to maintain the soft look. So you're welcome to the Homeschooling Conversations 2022. Yay! Show of hands if you're very excited. Show of hands if you are looking forward to all the amazing practical information and knowledge you're going to be learning from our speakers. Show of hand if it is your first time joining us. Show of 2 hands if you have joined us in the past 2 years. Show of 3 hands if you've joined us in the past 3 years. And show of hands if you've been a day one. Yes, well, we're getting there. We're getting there. And of course, we would like to know those of you, for everyone who is joining. I imagine some people have been joining from out of Lagos, out of Nigeria, out of Africa. So let us know in the comment section, like bloggers will say. Show us in the comment section down below where it is you're joining in from. So let us know where you're logging in from. I'm currently in my wonderful home in Lagos, Nigeria. Tommy is in her amazing, wonderful home in Lagos, Nigeria. And you most likely will be hearing the background of our little bosses. So if you hear that, please permit us. We're in our home office. And I'm sure if we also open the video of everyone, we'll likely see your own little bosses running around the corner as well. So this is going to be like our home. We're family here. We're going to be really comfortable. Like I said, go and grab yourself a drink. If you're going to get a juice, a glass of wine, smoothie, whatever it is, whatever your thing is, go and grab one, get comfortable, get a snack, and let's all just relax. So I'm just going to do like a random roll call to as many people who have joined us here. I'm seeing Banke, Arinola, Halima, Kumbi, Hajia, Damilola, Dim Tang, Sumisola. Let me not even go on because I feel like I may not even call everybody, but thank you all so much for joining us. We would just give a few seconds, maybe 60 seconds, just to have more people come in because our speaker is already on standby. So sharing with us where it is you're joining in from. We actually have a lineup of very interesting speakers, and I'm very thrilled to listen to them. We're going to be addressing so many of the concerns a lot of us have on this our homeschooling journey. So like I said, we'll just give 30 more seconds. I know it's Friday evening. I imagine that a lot of us, or some of us, might still be maybe at the office, maybe you're still at your business, maybe you're still on the way back from picking the kids up from school, whatever the situation is. So maybe you've been at home, whatever your situation, we do appreciate the time, and we're going to do our best to keep to our time and ensure that we are seeing a lot of people joining in from Lagos. Yeah. That's fantastic. So, hi, Tosin from Oshun. Please also know that we're live streaming the event. So if you have those people who would like to, maybe they can't join on the Zoom link, please share the YouTube stream link to them. Tommy, do you want to put that on the chat box? Right, so that's the link there. Okay, so you can join in to be a part of the conversation. Okay, so we're officially kicking in. It's that time of the year again. Like I said, my name is Chioma, and we're welcoming you officially to the Homeschooling Conversations 2022. We're very excited to have you. What's the Homeschooling Conversations about? It's pretty much a gathering of parents to navigate the journey of homeschooling our children. And like we rightly pointed out, this is not an event strictly for those who are homeschooling. So long as you're a parent, this is an event you want to get as many skills, as many inputs, and as many new knowledge from our speakers. And so we get to do this event every year. We've been doing this 4 years counting now. And I remember it like it was yesterday when I joined in the first event. I remember randomly seeing the post on Instagram. I can't remember whether it was an advertised post or it was someone who had reshared the post, but I remember seeing it. And at the time I did, I was pregnant. And I was just like, it just felt like an answer to a prayer, because inside of me, I had always longed to homeschool my kid, but I had no idea how to begin. I didn't even know if it was legal to begin with in Nigeria. I had so many questions, so many uncertainties. And then when I saw the advert, I'm like, thank you, Lord. It was just an answered prayer. I remember just being so amazed when I joined the event at Landmark, and hearing parents telling me they've been homeschooling for 2 years, 5 years, 10 years. I'm like, oh my word, this is amazing. So it was just hitting a jackpot, and it's a gift that has been given me every year ever since. And I'm so, so thankful. So it's why I'm really excited, and I do not take this opportunity for granted at all. So please grab your pens, grab your notepads, grab your drink, be comfortable. Please keep all your microphones on mute. If you have questions after each of our speakers, we're going to entertain your questions. So please send in your comments or your questions directly to me, or you can leave them in the comment section and we'll address them after the speaker is done with their section. Another thing to note as well is that we hope to round up the event by 8. So like I said, be comfortable, and it's going to be, every moment will be worth your time. It will be worth your while. I promise you that. Without further ado, I'm going to leave the room and welcome our convener, who has over the years become my friend. And she's such an amazing person to be able to sometimes single-handedly carry this idea, you know, up until when she gets as many support. But the fact that she keeps it going is something very admirable. Tomi is really amazing, and I can't wait for you to hear what she has to say. So without further ado, can we please make welcome my wonderful friend, the convener, our mommy G.O. Tomi, the stage is yours.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for taking the time to be with us today. I'd like to say a huge welcome to you. My job here this evening is to tell you welcome. Homeschooling Conversations was started because I also needed help, and not because I had the answers, which is why we bring facilitators to come and speak to us, because we are learning, right? We're all learning. And homeschooling is majorly about learning on the job. And the idea behind Homeschooling Conversations is to raise awareness for an alternative form of education in Africa. While what we already knew is knowing when you are done from school, when you give birth at a certain age, the child will go to school and all of that, without question, without question, right? We just go with the flow. But then what happens if we're not satisfied with what we have? What happens to us as parents if we need to do something differently? What is available for us, right? Like I said, the Homeschooling Conversations is not just for people that are homeschooling. It's for every parent, because we are here to guide our children, whether they're in a traditional setting or not. We are here to guide them. But sometimes we are even at a loss of what to do, which is why we're having these conversations. It's very, very important. Data has shown that, when we are involved as parents in their lives, not just say, oh, what did you do in school and all of that. If we are really, really involved in our lives, in our children's lives, we always see the difference. So what are things that we can do as parents? What do we need to do? Like the steps we need to take, the guidance we need, the resources we need, the knowledge that we need, to be able to be there for our children, which is the reason why we have set this conference up. And year in, year out, for the past 4 years, we have stayed true to this mandate and this goal because of amazing people like you guys, that even when you set a date, because you can set a date and literally nobody shows up. You can just say you want to do something and then you get no support. Year in, year out, people out of their own way, no matter how little, have put together anything that they had to be able to make sure that this event holds and it happens, right? And the past 1 year, to be honest, even a year ago, I'd just given birth when we did the Homeschooling Conversations. Looking back, it feels I was like crazy because I do not know how we made it happen. And is made possible because I was not the one shouldering it on my own, right? And we're here again. The past 1 year has not been the best for me in terms of like productivity and all of that, which is why we're doing it in November when we're supposed to do it in October. But everybody has been so gracious, and you that are here also, you have been so gracious to make sure that you are here with us to also learn and also take whatever we learn back into our communities. So thank you again for joining us. I can't wait for all the speakers here because I am also here to learn. So enjoy the rest of the event.
Hi, Toby. Thank you so much. Sorry about that. I had some network issues there. Thank you so much. Very, very wonderful journey and insightful intro. So, wow, we have a lot more people who have joined in, and thank you again to everyone who is joining in, wherever you are coming in from. We do appreciate you. This is also a very good community to meet someone within your state, within your street. You have no idea. So we always encourage you to tell us where it is you're joining in from. Like we said earlier, I'm joining in from Lagos. Most of us are in Lagos, but I know that some people are joining in from outside of Lagos, outside of Nigeria, and even outside of Africa. And also we are live streaming the event on YouTube as well. So you can share the link to your friends and your network, your contacts, so they can also join the live stream event. Now, without further ado, I think our speaker for today is here with us, our first speaker. Let me check that she's here with us. Yes, she's here with us. Thank you so much. Right. So our next speaker will be talking to us on the basics of introducing music to your kids. And I can tell you, I mean, it cannot be understated the importance of music and introducing music really early to our children. So we're going to be having our first speaker join us this evening. Just a little recap into her introduction. She is Mrs. Kunbi Oshinoiki. I hope I got that right. I've been practicing it all evening. She's the co-founder and CEO of Kumbi's Music Company, KMC, which is a music school operating out of Lagos, Nigeria, and it serves clients across the globe. Mrs. Kumbi started her first degree in economics at OAU University, and she also went on to obtain an MBA with distinction from University of Liverpool, where she also holds a certification in early years music and movement from Canterbury Christ Church University. There's so much to say about her, but she fell in love with teaching music and has pursued it ever since. And this was over 20 years ago. So without further ado, we're going to welcome Mrs. Kumbi to the stage. Welcome, ma'am. We are so excited to have you. Like I said earlier, if you do have questions, please leave them in the comments. Please leave them in the comments. After her section, she will take up all your questions. Thank you so much. Welcome, ma'am. Thank you for being here with us. Can you hear us, please? Okay.
Right.
We're
Thank
trying
you.
to unmute you.
Yeah, thank you. I was waiting for the, I couldn't unmute myself, so thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you for having me. I'm so excited to be here. This is my first Homeschooling Conversations event, and I'm thrilled to bits to be here speaking with all of you. The homeschooling community is dear to my heart, and that's because when I was raising my children, my oldest is 25 now, I wanted to homeschool. That was my instinct, was to homeschool. But at the time, I didn't know anybody else who was doing it. I had no pathway. I just, I couldn't, for the life of me, think of how I was going to make it work. And so I did the next best thing, which was to become self-employed, because I wanted the flexibility to be able to pick up my child from school and at least spend some quality time with my children after school. And so the fact that, this whole community has evolved and is now a vibrant, movement across the globe is just amazing. It's thrilling, absolutely thrilling to me. It's giving women opportunities that did not exist in the past. And I really want you all to succeed on your journeys. And I'm hoping that what I share today is going to give you a little bit of an insight as to how you can support your children musically. There's something, a saying that I have. Am I able to share my screen? I'm not able to share my screen. Is that okay? Thank you. Okay.
Okay, you should try now.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay. Let me know if you can see my screen, when you can see my screen.
Yes, we can now.
Okay, fantastic. Okay, so there's this saying, this saying that I love, which is you can outsource childcare, but it is not possible to outsource parenting. And I think I'm speaking to the converted right now, because I think you all understand the difference. Yes, you can have somebody come to your house, wipe your child's bum, feed them, all of that stuff. But parenting and raising your child, instilling the values in them, making sure that they grow up to be, strong people of character, that cannot be outsourced. That is really down to us. And so I'm going to start off this presentation by talking about the importance and the benefits of including a well-structured and well-thought-out music learning program in your child's as part of your educating your child, and ways in which you can do that and be successful in doing that. I love research. I love knowing all about the latest developments in my field. I'm part of a group of educators called the Bigger Better Brains Network, based out of Australia, and we are always learning about the latest research into music learning and the benefits that it brings. And there are three areas. There's so many benefits, but there are three key headlines that we're going to look at today. How music learning helps the neural development in a child, how it helps social behaviors, and we're also going to look at how it helps with attention and memory. So I'm just going to go back to the previous slide and look at some of these in detail. Sorry, my screen is misbehaving today. I'm struggling to navigate. Give me 1 second. Okay, here we go. So let's look at music learning and neural development. And we're not going to be able to go through all of these in depth, but these are the headlines. Learning, and when we say music learning, it has to be a properly structured music learning program, not just any sort of random stuff. There are certain key ingredients that need to be in place, but assuming all those things are in place, music learning helps to develop processing speed. And what does that mean? We all have heard about left brain, right brain. And processing speed is the speed with which your brain exchanges information between the two hemispheres. The middle part of our brain is called the cerebellum, okay? And the reality is that if you look at this picture of the cerebellum here, this gap between your left and your right brain is full of nerves. Okay, there's all kinds of neurons that are speaking and firing, sending messages from one side of the brain to the other. Research has found that musicians have significantly better developed cerebellums than any other population, including artists, including sports sports people. And that is because the nature of learning to play an instrument, where it also involves reading music as well as performing your instrument and using both sides of your left side, your left and your right hand. Think of the drums, and you're all over the place. You're using everything, your feet as well. It actually means that your brain is working a lot harder, and you're consistent in that. And they find this difference in people who are able to continue music learning for a period of at least 5 years, 5 to 7 years. They find that that cerebellum has been exercised so much that it is stronger. There are more connections between the left side of the brain and the right side, and therefore it is quicker to process information. And this is generic now. The benefits cut across not just music, because people with a better developed cerebellum are also going to be able to process maths quicker, science quicker, logic. And so the benefits of learning music on the brain transfers to other parts of life as well. Another thing that music learning helps is in terms of cognitive control, okay, especially inhibitory control. And I'm going to go through this in a bit more detail because there's a very interesting research that was done not too long ago that studied 3 different groups of learners, okay, of children. They worked with children who were about to start music with an orchestra. This was based in America. And they look at children who are about to start a sports program and then children who were not doing either of the two. And what they did was that they were looking at how those children are able to respond to controlling their impulses. So they were given 3 options with regards to like a reward or something that they desired. Let's say some sweeties, and they said, okay, you can have this number of sweeties now, or if you wait, a little longer, you can have this number of sweeties, which was more, or if you wait even longer, you can have the biggest amount of sweeties. Okay. They not only did that, they also had other things that they did with them as well. Like they looked at scans of their brains and all sorts of things. And what they found was that the children who were taking part in the music learning programs developed the strongest inhibitory skills faster than any other group, including the sports group. And this is just because of the way music learning is and the demands that it makes on you. The fact that you're having to spend time to learn to play a piece to a high standard. Before when you first start learning to play Twinkle Twinkle Little Star and you're pressing the keys, it doesn't sound anything like it. And you have to be persistent and go over it over and over again. And in time, you learn that, okay, over time, I can get to what I want. You kind of learn, to build in stamina. And so I found that to be really, really interesting. They find that learning to play an instrument, like we talked about already, results in structural and functional changes in the brain. It helps the brain to be more efficient in processing data and languages, especially languages. It helps with auditory fitness and processing, sensory integration. You're doing one thing with one hand, one thing with another hand. Your eyes are doing something else. There are 3 core senses that music engages simultaneously. And when you do an MRI scan of the brain of somebody in the process of playing a musical instrument, they find that those 3 areas are working at the same time in a way that it doesn't happen with other sports. So your auditory senses are working, your visual senses are working, and your motor senses are working. And all 3 are working at the same time, and they're having to communicate to one another. And so that integrates your senses. And that it's no surprise that when somebody is involved in an accident that causes some form of brain damage, part of the therapy to helping them recover includes music therapy. And it has to, because music therapy forces the brain to work, those different parts of the brain, to find ways of working together again. And what they find is that when music therapies, begin to do their work and people start to regain their speech and they start to regain their movement, they find that what the brain has done is that it has bypassed the bits that were damaged and created new pathways. It's found ways to reconnect those parts of the brain that had been disconnected. And music learning contributes significantly to those sorts of things. The other thing that music learning does is that it protects your brain later in life. And so it is a defense against degenerative brain disease like dementia. Learning a musical instrument, they found that people who learn, not that they don't ever get brain disease, but they get it later in life. And if they do get it, it's not as severe as people who haven't learned to play a musical instrument. And so there's a whole heap of benefits that come just from this area alone. And if that is not enough, look at how music learning benefits on a social level. People who learn to play music, especially with other musicians, they find that they tend to be more inclined to demonstrate helping behaviors because you understand quickly that you are part of a unit, you're part of a team, and that this thing is only going to sound right if everybody's doing the right, if everybody's working together, pulling together. So that sense of teamwork develops, is strong in people who learn to play a musical instrument, especially with other people. Then you talk about sharing behaviors. You talk about empathy. You look at well-being, psychological well-being. The number of times that just being able to play an instrument, or even those of us that don't, those that don't play, yourself that sometimes you just need to listen to music to play your head. You understand me? So music really helps with psychological well-being. It shows that that they found that music learning with migrant children who are learning to sing songs and the musical traditions of the cultures that they migrate into, it helps them assimilate quicker. And then they find that because of the way that music learning works with your hormones and triggers happy hormones and things like that, it actually improves immune health. It helps to build your immunity. It is a defense against depression. So there are so many benefits on the social side as well to learning to play a musical instrument. That is beyond the narrow thing that people think about is that, if my child learns to play an instrument, they can play in church, or they can, maybe they can blow, maybe they are going to be the next Davido. They may not. But does that mean that they haven't got any benefit? No. Okay? It doesn't mean that at all. And you shouldn't have that narrow, definition of music learning is only for people who are not academic. Who told you that? That is such a fallacy, such a fallacy. And it really is untrue. And then the last thing is about music learning helping with attention and memory. And it's amazing how when you're forced to focus for such extended periods of time on reading music off a sheet, on playing a tune, playing a tune over and over and over again until it sounds really well, it forces you to learn how to concentrate. Okay. Unlike when you are on video games and everything is so instantaneous and you have instant gratification all the time, that is actually unhealthy. So learning to play a musical instrument forces you to learn to persevere. Okay. It trains you. It kind of trains your mindset. It trains your attention. It gives you stamina, because you have to persist over and over and over again and, play that passage 1,000 times until it sounds right. And that really helps people and, children especially learn how to zone in and how to filter out everything else that's happening around them. As children develop and if on, children on a well-structured music learning program, they kind of develop these amazing memory, attention, filtering skills that then serves them well in the classroom. Okay, so your child goes to class and people are, being crazy around them, and they're busy trying to finish the task that the teacher has given them. They can shut everything off, to a better degree than those who haven't had that kind of training. So there's a whole heap, and obviously there's the IQ side of things as well. They do find that on average, IQ scores improve over time by 7 points, okay, in children who are following a well-structured music learning program. So these are just 3 headlines, okay, that I'm dropping for you today. And obviously under each headline, there's at least 6 or 7 benefits to music learning that, that your child can get. So you are now like, but I'm not a musician. It doesn't matter. And you'll be interested to know that not every, a lot of the successful musicians that we know, famous musicians that we know, their parents are not musicians either. What you need is knowledge. Okay. And I don't know whether you've heard of the story of the Polgar sisters. They are chess champions. And their story is fascinating, but it just proves the point that you just need the right kind of motivation and right kind of information behind you, and your children can be anything. All right. I can't go into the detail of the Polgar sisters now because I know we haven't got time. But look into that story and how a non-chess player decided that I'm going to raise chess masters. And he did. He made that decision before he got married. He put an advert in the newspaper to say that I believe I can, I believe that talent is nurtured, talent comes through nurture, not nature. And I would like, somebody to marry me to prove this. And he put an advert in the paper, and this woman responded. They have 3 children, trained them in chess. None of them, neither husband nor wife were chess players at the time. They learned about chess. They trained these children in chess, and they're world champions today. One of them has beaten Kasparov. Those of you who follow chess will know that Kasparov is like the main chess guru. I think she was 14 when she beat him. Look them up. The Polgar sisters, they're on YouTube. They're still alive today. They're on YouTube. They will tell you all about their upbringing. So you just need having the right knowledge is all you need. All right, so let's break it down. What do you need for babies? Okay, so when your child is 0 to 3, and I say 0 because actually, if you're going to intentionally raise a musical child, all right, you start even before your baby is born. Why? By the time you're 5 weeks pregnant, your baby 5 months pregnant, sorry, your baby can't hear you. Okay, so your communication, your musical engagement with your child starts in vitro. I learned this after I had my first child, before I had my second. I was always singing, and I actually would go to bed, and I don't know whether they would recommend it, these days, and I'm not sure that it is as effective. But I used to go to bed with a earphones on my bump, playing music to my bump, okay, because I knew my baby could hear me. Now, actually, your baby can hear your voice probably better than external sounds because your voice is resonating through your bones inside you into your womb. And that's why when the baby is born, they are soothed by mommy's voice. And so you start training your preborn child, your newborn child, by singing. Okay, your baby loves to hear your voice. And they really don't know whether you're singing in tune or not. All they know is that this is a familiar voice that I love, that I've grown to love because I recognize it. Okay, and so sing with your baby. Get very simple percussion instruments because your baby's first instinct is to bang things together. Okay, so get age appropriate, child sized musical instruments. Get the maracas, make a maracas. Get an empty bottle, put it with rice, tape it down with sellotape so that it doesn't spill everywhere and they start putting it in their ears and in their noses. Make it secure and give it to them. And associate singing with shaking an instrument rhythmically. Okay, because the foundation of music is rhythm. And so it's important that when you're doing these musical activities with your children, you are thinking about, okay, I'm going to be, we're going to clap along to this song. Okay, your first instrument is your hands. We're going to clap along to this song. Can your baby clap? No, but you can. You're going to clap in time. You're going to sing, you're going to clap in time. And your baby is going to, over time, start to copy you. But even before they start to copy you, guess what? They already know how that song is supposed to sound. So that when they now attend to themselves, they know what it is they're aiming for. And they know that, okay, I haven't got there yet, but one day I'm going to be able to sing this song like mom. You understand what I'm trying to say? So for under 3s, handheld percussion, do not even begin to, the number of times people come to me and say, can my 2-year-old start learning the piano? No, because your 2-year-old's hands are not even fully developed yet. They do not have the motor skills. Their tendons haven't fully developed. They cannot play the piano. I don't care what you are seeing on YouTube, okay? The child on YouTube is not your child. Focus on your focus. Look at your child. Does my child have the pincer grip? Can my child, hold a ball or whatever it is, if your child can't do this, don't then ask your piano teacher to teach your child to play piano because your child is not physically able to do it. Focus on where their strengths are. Okay, their impulse is to hit things. Their impulse is to bang things. So give them percussion instruments and begin to work with them on rhythm, on playing those things rhythmically. By singing, they're working on their voices, explore different ranges, sing some songs that go, that go through the registers, that, have low bits, high bits, all of those things. As they get sensitive to it, by the time you now put them in front of a musical instrument, they're already primed. Their senses are primed. Okay, they already have an innate sense of what good music should feel and sound like. They already know what it is they're aiming for. And so it's important that you make sure that your house is full of music. Your voice is the most important part. Okay, don't waste money on all sorts of things. Anyway, I can talk. This is my pet. This is my pet subject. Okay, because early years is where my music teaching career started, and so I think somebody. Okay, yeah. So that's what you would do with 0 to 3s, and then when they're between 3 and 5, guess what? You're still singing because your voice is never going to disappear. Your voice is your first instrument, so you keep developing that because the more you sing and the bigger range of songs that you learn, the bigger your oral memory, the bigger your auditory skills, the bigger your ability to discriminate between sounds. So you keep singing. And then you can begin to start a child on an age-appropriate instrument. Don't give a 3-year-old a saxophone. They need adult teeth, okay? They need, they're not even big enough to carry the thing. The thing is probably heavier than they are. All right. You put a recorder. I'm so sorry. A lot of people would say, "Oh, but my child is learning recorder, at school at this age." They cannot. The fingers cannot even, bend to cover those holes properly. And so, guess what? It sounds horrendous. So, find age-appropriate instruments for children. I always start all my 3.5, 3 to 5-year-olds. I will start them in my music school. We start them on the piano, because the piano is an upgraded version of a percussion instrument. It is still a percussion instrument. Pianos, acoustic pianos, real pianos in quotes, okay, are just a series of hammers banging a string. That is what they are. Okay, so a piano is a percussion instrument. It's something that they can bang. It doesn't require, as much finesse in terms of fine motor skills as some of the other instruments out there. But you have other, there are many, as with everything, music is technology is advancing even in the music education sphere, and so there are now other instruments that you can safely introduce to children in this age group. For example, there's a something called a J sax. A junior saxophone is made of lightweight plastic. In terms of how you blow it, you're using the same shape of mouth that you would use for a proper saxophone, and so you can begin to introduce those kind of instruments to children at this age. But think about your child's abilities and what is appropriate to them. They can start to learn simple notation, okay? So symbols. This is usually graphic notation. You haven't started, for those of you who might know about, reading Western sheet music, you have the lines and the spaces. You don't begin there, you would start with just the notes, the shapes of the notes. Okay, this is what, this symbol means, this symbol means play for this length of time. This symbol means play for 4 beats. This symbol means plays for 1 beat. That kind of thing. Let them begin to understand the association between symbols and sounds, but you keep it appropriate to their level. Movement is 100% important, as with your babies, okay? Because they have to feel the rhythm in their bodies. And the more rhythm they express through their bodies, the more they can express on their instrument. And as with all music learning, it has to be structured. There has to be a purpose to it. You cannot be going round and round in circles and expect miracles. It has to be leading somewhere. It has to be precept upon precept, line upon line. The same way, if you think about your reading, when your children are introduced to reading in school, they start with learning their alphabet, and then they're reading 3-letter words, and they move up to 5-letter words, that they begin to string simple sentences together. There's a lot of repetition, and they move up the reading tree. Music is exactly the same. When you're learning music, you are learning a language, and so it needs to follow a sequence. Okay, it needs to be properly structured, leading from one thing to the other. And again, with this age group, it's important that it's social. It's important that other children engage. It's a fun activity. They don't think of it as learning. They don't think of it as hard work. They just think that, oh, I'm coming to do this cool thing with my friends. That is so important. And you won't believe for how long that factor, that social element is important to music learning. So let's move on. Now we move on to the 5 to 7-year-olds, and then you're beginning to introduce more complex instruments, appropriate, that they now have physically developed to be able to handle. Okay. So you've got half-size guitars. You can begin to introduce that to them. Ukuleles. I start using ukuleles with my 3-year-olds, but my expectation of a 3-year-old on a ukulele is nowhere the same as my expectation of a 5-year-old on a ukulele. Okay, and obviously they can now begin to start to decipher sheet music. Okay, music written down on the 5 lines and spaces. Yes, it was developed or popularized by Western music. There's other types of notation, by the way. Other cultures have their own type of notation. We don't have, so we will use what is out there already and what is working. Okay. Now, the fact that it's sheet music doesn't mean that they are only learning classical music. They can learn our own indigenous folk songs that have been notated on a score. All sheet music is a way of communicating to another person that this is what this is supposed to sound like. It is your writing skills. Okay, so when you're learning English, you don't only learn to speak, you also learn to write. That's why it's called read and write. The same thing with music. Okay, if you only learn to play and you never learn to read, then you're an illiterate musically. In that, when we say somebody's an illiterate, they can speak now. They can make themselves understood. They can even speak, big grammar. But if you ask them to write it down, they won't be able to write it. So the same way with music, a well-rounded music education, and the one that's going to give your child the most benefits, has to include an element of reading. It has to include reading music. And again, it has to be structured and it has to be social. And the social bit is important because you'll find that when children are learning in a group alongside other children, they are naturally wanting to impress their peers. They are naturally, wanting to do as well as the next person. And so they kind of bounce off each other, and they would work more to impress their peers, and they will work for their teacher. And we have found that children who are in small group classes, okay, so not the ones where you have 20 children to one teacher and it's chaotic, no, but where you have children in small group classes, let's say between 4 to 6 children, okay, they progress faster than a child that is learning on their own, who thinks that the teacher is coming to suffer-head them, and they feel that the teacher is asking them to do impossible things, and so they don't try. They get discouraged. They feel that, oh, I'm not good at this thing. When that same child is put in with a group of other children who are accessing the same material and making progress, then they get the confidence to try. You understand me? They are motivated to try, and they move faster. They move at the pace of their peers rather than just them on their own thinking that this is too hard for me. So make sure, especially for the younger children, that music learning is social. It retains that social element. And also, music wasn't designed to be consumed by you alone. What's the fun in that, right? Music is meant to be a social activity. And so let's keep that element going. And then the next thing is, as they progress, depending on this, so I'm looking at different ages of starting. It's never too late, by the way. And that's why I was going through different age groups. It's never too late to start learning an instrument. And even you as an adult, it is not too late. What you need is at least 2 years, preferably 5 years. And, for the best results, minimum of 7 years, okay, of music learning, well-structured music learning to reap all those benefits that we're looking at. And obviously, if you're starting younger, your 7 years takes you to the end of primary school. You understand me? As opposed to, starting at age 8 and then you're battling, jam and, all the other things that begin to encroach on a child's time. So it's not that you cannot get the benefits at any time in life. It's just that your responsibilities and the time that you can commit realistically to learning music to a high standard is diminished as you get older. So the earlier you start, then the more likely it is that you're going to get the full benefits without any interruptions. Okay. But it doesn't mean that you cannot start at any time. Okay. People who are retired decide they want to learn guitar. There's nothing wrong with that, and they'll still get the benefits. But you do need to make sure that if your child is going to be learning a musical instrument, that you make time for it. Don't expect miracles without an investment of time. So 8 years old, again, a wider range of instruments are now open to the children. It's still sheet music, it's still structured, it's still social, but it's probably going to move at a faster pace than the 5-year-old beginner. So we are very careful not to mix age groups, only because generally an 8-year-old is going to comprehend and be able to move through material quicker than a 5-year-old. So when your children are learning music, make sure that they're in age and stage appropriate classes when they're learning. Okay. Sorry, I'm going backwards. Here we go. Alrighty. So what do we do? Okay, so we have targeted age appropriate music learning programs across all the ages. Okay. So Boogie Babies is our flagship early years program for babies and toddlers. What is a baby? A baby is a baby that's come out of you from the minute your child is born. And like I said before your child is born, there's no reason why you cannot be engaging in music learning programs with them. Now, I want to caveat this by saying that there is a lot of fantastic resource freely available online. All sorts of different channels that you can go and your child can watch somebody singing and whatever. The key thing that is missing is the feedback, but also the interaction. Your child will benefit more from interacting with you. Remember, we talked about you can outsource childcare, you cannot outsource parenting. Than if they're being babysat by somebody on a screen who cannot see them, who cannot engage with them, who cannot react to their responses, doesn't see their responses, doesn't know that response is correct or not, isn't able to encourage them to respond or try something or move in a particular way or get them to use their imagination, whatever. The interactivity is missing. And that interactivity is what helps your children cement what they're learning. Can they not learn from? Of course they do. My son was fed Teletubbies when he was little. That was what he was watching growing up. And he learned a lot from Teletubbies and, was able to mimic whatever their sayings were and the songs and everything else. But in terms of, an effective, very specific music learning program that is tied to specific goals and that is leading to proficiency on a musical instrument, then an early years music program is not the same as your kid watching something on TV, just so that you know. And we always theme our early years music programs around general preschool themes. We look at sounds, numbers, animals, the world around us, all sorts of different themes that we follow on a cyclical basis. It's very possible for your child to come to us for do the music Boogie Babies program for 2 years and not come across the same theme. So that is what we do for early years, and it is a music and movement session to be enjoyed with an adult. It does include the handheld percussion instruments and all kinds of props, and it gets them to use their imagination, it gets them to contribute, it gets them to think in musical ways. And then you have your mini stars, that's 3 to 5 year olds. This is a general musicianship program. We rotate between different instruments, so keyboard, the ukulele, like I talked about before, and bucket drums to work on their rhythmic skills. And And this starts to introduce the simple graphic notation, where they're learning to read symbols, where they're learning to create beats using those symbols, create their own music using symbols and sounds, and it's really consolidating that foundation. Boogie Babies and Mini Stars program is part of a Sound Foundations program for 0 to 5-year-olds. So by the time that your child is finishing Sound Foundations, they are ready to move on to the next stage, which is all sorts of courses for beginners across different instruments. What we have done, which is going to be of a huge benefit to homeschoolers, is that thanks to COVID, and yes, COVID was a nightmare in so many ways, but some good did come out of it. And one of the good things that came out of it for us, and that benefits you, is that we were able to create a whole heap of courses on a learning management platform that, even though you are not yourself a musician, certainly the beginner level courses, the initial courses are things that you can go through with your child at home. Okay, so you can access those resources, for whatever instrument you're interested in for your child. So we have courses for piano, for ukulele, for guitar. And we're working on a voice program as well, that you can, self-paced, do on your own. And the first unit, especially for the first unit of our beginner courses, we actually make available for free. So you can access that. You can try that at home with your kids. We've had very good reviews from parents who've done so. If you then want support with that, you can then choose what level of support you want. Whether you just want, the coach to give you feedback on assignments done, you can upload homework, upload videos of your kids, playing their instruments for feedback, or whether you want, ad hoc live lessons with a coach, or whether you want to join a group or whatever. There's so many different options that make it flexible to fit in with your schedule and also affordable. So you can pick whichever option works for you, and you can move between options depending on circumstances. So, for example, we have kids who start with us and then have to go off to boarding school, who continue to have access to the material online, so they can keep practicing in their own time, and then we catch up with them when they come home in the break. So, music learning doesn't have to be one way. There's lots of different ways to make it happen. So I hope I have given you an insight as to why you should take music lessons, as to how you can, what kinds of, how music learning should be structured for different ages of children. And this is how you can get hold of me. This is our website. You can check us out. You can reach us on WhatsApp on that number, and you can send us an email. For everybody who is interested, I'm quite happy to share links for how to access our free resources, self-paced resources. You can have a look, for your children, have a look, experience it, log in, watch the tutorials, whatever, and then begin your music learning journey that way. And then if you want more support, you can decide which kind of support that you would want for that. But do not give your children an opportunity to experience music learning, because there are people all over the world who do this as a matter of course. Okay, who do this as a matter of course, especially in Asia, in the West. I lived in the UK for nearly 20 years. And as part of the work that I did, I was invited by the government to run music lessons in childcare centers for under fives. The government was paying providers like myself to come in and run music lessons with 0 to 5-year-olds because they understood the difference it makes. Now, I share that because as the world gets smaller and smaller, your children are going to be standing in the same interview room or probably being interviewed on Zoom the same way as candidates from all over the world. And the people interviewing them are not, they can't be bothered whether they have 10,000 A stars. Okay? They almost, some of these things are now like a given. When it comes to filtering through to the right candidate, then looking not just at academic qualifications, but also their creative skills, also other things that they have done to enrich themselves as an individual. And a lot of these employers, especially in the West, especially those who are, looking for your programmers and everything else, even, you won't believe it, even in the medical field, they will consider somebody who has a musical background higher over somebody who doesn't. And I'll give you one example. A friend's daughter applied to dental school at King's College London, and when she put on her form everything that she's done, all her music, music exams that she's done and everything else, and when they saw that she had done a particular grade of piano exams, they exempted her from one of the tests that they do for intending dental surgeons, because they said that they knew that for her to have achieved that level of expertise, or that level of proficiency in her piano, it means her hands are steady. It means she has good control of her hands. And so they just cancelled one of the tests that she needed to do for her dental exams. Please, don't let ignorance be what stands between you and your child's success in the future. I think I'll stop now, and I'll happy to take questions.
I almost want to tell you, do not stop, but because you have time constraints, I appreciate everything that you've shared with us today. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you. I know everyone is giving you a round of applause. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We really appreciate it. My mind is like, oh my gosh, wow, amazing. You've not only validated some of the things that some of us do, I think you've also inspired and motivated more and do better. So thank you so much. Very detailed presentation, very informative. Like, I'm dealing with so much questions. So we're just going to try and take as many as we can, so we can get ready for the next speaker. So let me start with the first question that I have. Of your child's fingers affects when they start learning the piano? She's saying that her daughter loves the piano, but she sees that her fingers cannot reach some of the keys.
Yeah, don't stop her from banging on the piano. In fact, one of the best ways to get your child to take on music learning as a lifestyle, that's one of our challenges, especially in Africa, because our wahala is so much. For music to be part of a lifestyle, you have to be very intentional, and you just have to decide that some things you just have to, make your face hard. Now, for it to be a lifestyle, especially with regards to practice, and for it to be part of her nature, please insist that she sits and just bangs, okay? For 2-3 minutes a day, 5 minutes a day, 10 minutes a day, whatever it is. Because when she begins to learn to play melodies, she already has a habit of sitting on the piano every day. So it's not going to be strange to her. Part of the struggle we have with our children is that we all of a sudden overnight are demanding certain behaviors from them that we did not cultivate. You cannot reap where you have not sown.
Right.
You need to cultivate that it is normal. It is normal to play an instrument every day. When I said hands, it's because people's expectations are shaped by what they're watching on YouTube. They see a 3-year-old playing playing for release, and they're like, where can my child play like that? Your child will not play like that. Okay. Unless you are prepared to pay the price that person has paid. What you don't know is to get a child to be able to play like that. They are typically playing 8 hours a day. Do you understand me? Typically. All right. So if you're not prepared to do that, then don't have put that expectation on somebody else. It's impossible. And actually, what a lot of parents don't realize is that the most of your child's learning is happening outside of the lesson, not during the lesson. What can the teacher do in 1 hour? What we're doing is giving a roadmap to say, okay, this is how you're going to begin to learn this. And then it's the work that they're doing between. That's where the growth happens. The growth happens in your house. It doesn't happen in the lesson. Okay? So please,
Right.
if your child wants to bang on the instrument, please let them do it as often as they like, but tailor your expectations. Don't expect her to now be able to play something amazing. Just let her play and let her associate music learning with play and pleasure, because she will stick with it for longer.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Tosin, I think this also addresses your question about how long we should dedicate in terms of the learning for music. So the other question we have here is, must it be formal? Must the learning be formal? Must music lessons be formal? Example, piano lessons, guitar lessons. And then what of parents who can't afford to pay for such? Are there informal alternatives?
Okay, so it has to be structured. Okay, it has to be structured. Structured music learning gives you the most benefits. Remember, we talked about all the multisensory part of things. Okay, so it has to have the reading element. It has to include training of their oral skills, of their ears, and obviously skill on the instrument. Those three things is what is going to give your child the highest benefit. However, when your child is a baby, the highest benefit comes from just singing and moving rhythmically to music. Then your baby bounce them up and down singing. So it depends on the age of the child. Now, yes, it can be expensive. And part of my mission in life is to try and make music learning, try to democratize music learning, which is why we are providing these digital resources that you can access at home, or you can give somebody. Some of you have tutors that work with your children. They don't have to be music specialists to be able to access that. And that is going to bring down the cost for you. Yeah. Or
Right.
sign your child up for a group class, which is not as expensive as a private class.
Okay. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you. And I think Asha Resource Center, your question about age group and what age kids can get started, I think that was addressed in the presentation, which I think we should be able to send across to every participant after today's event. So look forward to that, and then you can revise the presentations to get more details about age groups and all of that. The last question that I have here is the debate. It's an underlying debate about the kind of music to expose children to. Classical music versus our regular Nigerian Afrobeat music. Is music music? Is there a difference in the genre of the music that we expose our kids to? And is there an advantage to the benefits that each one gives the child?
Can I tell you what classical music is? Classical music, typically, a lot of classical music, not all of it, is based on folk tunes. It's based on the Batamiadu go go ka. It's what people were singing in their day and time that they took time to write down. Okay, so music, as long as it is your music, folk music is just as legitimate as any other music. Okay, classical music is called classical music because of the era, the time in history that music came into being. I wouldn't say it's necessarily superior. In fact, I think African music is a lot more complicated and therefore a richer, much richer type of music, music genre than just your Western classical music. And every culture has its own. The Indians have their own, the Chinese have their own. I will not dumb down our traditional music. What I have issue is exposing a child to sexually explicit music, lyrics, especially at a young age. I think you're doing your child a disservice. I think you are eroding their moral compass, okay, by exposing them to that kind of thing. So you have to think about think of the diet of what you're giving them. You understand me? Think of the diet of what you're giving them and make sure it is appropriate for your child. Because at the end of the day, you are sowing seeds. I remember the first thing that develops in life is your sense of hearing. It's the first thing.
Right.
Whatever you're sowing in there, you're going to reap
Thank you again. Okay. So thank you. I like how you still go back to that same principle about what you sow is what you reap. I think that cuts across every aspect of our lives, even as parents and just as adults living our day-to-day lives. So again, thank you so much. Someone had actually expressed interest in receiving the free resource that you have. So I'm hoping that that's something you can send to Tommy, and we'll collate that and share to those who will be interested.
No problem.
Including your contacts and how to get more resources that Kumbi Music offers. Once again, thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you for having me.
We appreciate you. I believe a lot of people will reach out to you. So many people will be reaching out to you after today. I, for one, will be coming to reach out to you after today, because you've just made me understand how very important it is to start really early, just so that I don't suddenly expect my son to be a maestro on the keys when I've not exposed him from start. So thank you so much for helping us to manage our expectations around it. Thank you again. We look forward to having you another time when we call on you.
It's a pleasure. And can I just say one more thing? There's I actually have a community for parents. It's called Music Moms and Dads. And I share all kinds of, the research, interviews with all kinds of music educators from around the world and things like that. So I will include information on joining that community in the pack that I send out as well.
Great. Okay. Great. Thank you again. Thank you. Have a good evening. Bye, ma'am.
Everybody, bye.
Thank you. Whew, wow. So everyone, thank you. Kicked off with our first speaker. We have 3 more to go. And if this is just what we're expecting, trust me, you are in for a treat. So we actually have, 3 more to go. And one thing I'd like to note here with regards to exposing your kids to music, I was having a chat with Tommy earlier. Tommy, our mommy G.O., aka convener of the Homeschooling Conversations, that Tommy. And she did mention a group where we can do the music classes with our kids, especially for those who are in Lagos. But that's the logistics of that are still being worked out and fine-tuned. And when that is sorted out and firmed up, I'm sure we'll also communicate that to those who will be interested in being a part of it. Please keep in mind, it's not free. So it's something you need to pay, but we feel that we're going to, with the collated effort, I'm sure we'll be able to get some kind of discount for it. But again, for how to reach out to Kumbi Music and every other resource that she's mentioned, that will be sent to us via email to everyone who has registered. You would receive those information. Now, again, we're going to move on to our next speaker. We're trying to keep to our time. And I'm excited for this next conversation that we'll be having. And that's because it's such a very, very interesting topic, seeing as we are in Nigeria and we have, yes, English is our common language, it's our national language, but we have other tribes, we have communities, and each of them represent a different language. And so there is that importance to actually raise our kids in a way that they can communicate in more than just one language. And not just for the cultural benefit, it's also intellectually stimulating for them. And it's also a very good way to bond with their parents, with their friends, and when they go on to other communities as well. So that's what we'll be discussing with our next speaker, Mrs. Adedamoye Oshomoji. She holds a BA in linguistics and African Studies from University of Lagos. And she's a trained and certified early childhood educator. Damoye is an educational consultant for corporate organizations and a professional handler of specialized training programs. She also doubles as the country director of These Abilities Foundation, Nigeria. She is an authority in childhood education with students across the globe. She creates curricula and teaches children at various levels and creates sessions for individuals groups and for schools on languages. So she's going to be joining us here, and today she'll be taking us through raising bilingual children at home and its importance. Ladies and gentlemen, make welcome our next speaker, Adedamoye Oshomoji. Is she here? Tommy, is she here? Tommy, you're muted.
Let me check for her again. I saw her earlier.
I can't seem to find her.
Yeah.
Yes.
I have to unmute her.
Okay, so we'll just wait for that. Again, to everyone who is joining, thank you so much for being a part of this. All right.
Let me text her.
So as before, with what we had with Ms. Kumbi, please leave your questions. You can send them directly to me, or you can leave them in the general comment box, and we'll do our best to address the questions. Thank you so very much. Don't forget that we're going to be meeting tomorrow. To meeting her.
Hello. Yes. Fine now.
To me, I can't. Right. Okay.
I was screaming, but I was muted.
The floor is yours.
the voice, of course, didn't come through, but that's fine. That's fine. Good evening, everyone. Hello, everyone. Nice to see everyone here. And thank you so much to Mommy Gio. Opportunity. Well done, everyone, for the hard work in putting this together. Thank you for the opportunity to showcase what we are as human beings. So the first place I'll start with saying, I would say most people or almost everyone here speaks. So we all speak. Although there are some that have speech impairments, different types of impairments that affect how we communicate. But then communication is a natural phenomenon for human beings. So we all communicate. Now, bilingualism is the ability to speak more than one language. If we do a survey here today, we'll find some people who can speak more than just English. But interestingly, still, we'll find people who can only communicate in English. I don't know if I should say sadly, but that's interesting that some can just speak only one language. And today we'll be talking about the advantages, the experiences, the opportunities that being bilingual offers, the things that we can achieve. The world has become a place where you want to showcase or you want to make known your gifts, your talents. And bilingualism also offers that opportunity. So you may think that, oh, some of us have grandparents or great-grandparents that could only speak our native languages, but didn't we communicate with them one way or the other? We did. And so we cannot relegate one language as lower or poorer or not as useful as another. So whatever language you choose to be bilingual in is up to you. But then
we encourage you to embrace bilingualism. When you finish with bilingualism, you can move on to multilingualism. So today, I'll start. Let me see if I can share my screen. Yes, I'm able to do that. I'll start with this question. We are, okay, 1 second. So it's, we are bilingual. What's your own superpower? I'll say I'm bilingual, and then I'll ask for what your superpower is. What are you especially particularly great at? What are you fantastic about at that cannot be taken away from you? Okay, we'll move on to the next slide. The quote I have here is from Geoffrey Williams. You can never understand one language until you understand at least two. You can never understand one language until you understand at least two. So for you to claim that you are proficient in one language, you have to have a comparison. You have to show that you can compare it with another language. And for children, I run a center where we teach children from the ages of 4 to embrace other languages. Our focus is on Nigerian languages actually, but we have other international languages. So for the homeschooling community and non-homeschooling community, you find that in schools today, you have a period or you have a schedule, a curriculum that says you learn French or you learn Yoruba or you learn Igbo. And that happens just once a week. If we speak to ourselves genuinely, if we answer as honestly as possible, do you think that one period in a whole school week is sufficient for your child to be bilingual? Do you think it's enough for your child to acquire what he or she requires to be able to totally, absolutely embrace that language? So the answer from our own side is no, that's not enough. So it throws back the ball at us that we have a responsibility to raise our children bilingually. Yes. This one says how to learn a new language. If you're worried about how you want to start learning a new language, it says step 1, find a native speaker. Step 2, admire their accent. And then step 3, try to learn it. So find a native speaker, admire their accent, and then learn it. As parents, we want our children, a typical Nigerian has the opportunity to speak more than one language, because you find yourself coming from a different part of Nigeria. Our official language is English, yes, and then we have the major ones, Yoruba, Igbo, and Hausa. But then we still have our dialects and other things that we speak. Maybe our family members, our older generations, they speak a particular language. And I want to encourage us today to see that language as strong as English. Yes, you may not go to a bank and be speaking that language and be attended to or be understood by everyone, but it still holds value. It gives us the advantage to showcase what we have. It gives us the advantage to embrace our heritage. That's one thing that we focus on. We want to be real. We want to be ourselves. No matter what part of the world you live in, as a Nigerian or as an African, you have something that you are attached to or a root where you are coming from. And we want to discourage people from thinking that one language is superior to another. No, no language is superior to another. I say so many times that the English that we speak today is being spoken so widely because people continue to speak it. People continue to learn it. You find so many learners of the English language all over the world. And because more and more people want to learn it, that's why it keeps growing. That's why the percentage keeps rising. That's why people want to learn it, because they speak it. So what excuse do we have in holding back our children from learning our languages? One way I look at it is, many years from now, what would my grandchildren hold on to as theirs, like authentically? We're not making comparisons or trying to say something is better, this one has better benefits or all that. But what will they be able to hold on to? In terms of maybe my name, let me use Chioma for example. Sorry, Chioma Enwere G Ogbonna. So that's a hyphenated name. It tells me that you have your maiden name, if I'm correct, you have your maiden name and your married name there. So you have two names, and you raise your children speaking English all their lives, and then they ask them, what's your name? Maybe they land in Canada and they'll say, Onwereji Ogbonna. And somebody asks, oh, that's not English. Yes, we know it's not an English name. So what does it mean? We don't know. We just have it there. You can't explain Onwereji. You can't explain Ogbonna. And and we are learning more and more English. I mean, bilingualism is not limited to Nigerian languages, but all other languages that we're learning, Spanish, French, German, they are being embraced because more people are interested in learning them. And then we have the responsibility to even make our children interested in learning our languages. There are benefits. There are so many benefits of learning a new language. So we go on to that. The different benefits of learning a new language, or becoming bilingual or multilingual. I'll use myself as an example. I think I've shared it somewhere before. Someone reached out to another friend of mine. They needed a tutor to teach children out of the country, outside Nigeria. And they reached out to this lady who is also a teacher, and they needed a francophone, a French-speaking tutor to do that. She couldn't do it, so she offered me that opportunity. I took that opportunity, and it was an all-expense-paid trip. Out of nowhere, I was not even thinking about it. I didn't even have an idea of it. But then that opportunity came, and then I added that to my list of destinations that I have been, just because I speak French. And that's something, it might not look like much to you, but if you do the calculations and you think of going on a holiday to a destination, and you think of spending 7-8 days there, you know that you have some money to part with. But that just came on a platter of gold. My experience growing up was living with my parents, who are French educators, French language educators. My mom was a French language teacher at a secondary school. My dad is a retired professor of French from the university. So he lectured up until PhD and all that. So I grew up speaking English, Yoruba, and French. My parents will speak to you. On one hand, my dad will speak regular Yoruba to you because he's from Oyo State. And my mom will speak her dialect to you because she's from Ondo State. And then my dad will give you an instruction or give you some words in English. He would say the same thing in French and then say the same thing in Yoruba. So even though I was not, we're not sat down at a desk to say, come and learn this language and all that. We were immersed in it at home. You wake up, you're hearing it. And I see that play out in my life too, as an adult. Recently, my 2-year-old was speaking to me, and he was saying something. He was saying it in English, and I wasn't responding. The next thing, he translated it and went to say it in Yoruba, like, Okay, if you will not understand English, I'll say it in Yoruba. So we will step on as time goes on. He speaks some French. We use some French words, so he speaks that as well. And so we encourage you, as you homeschool or as you enroll your children at schools, to play your part to help them acquire this level of would I call it, this level of creativity. It's creative for you to be able to speak more than one language. So we go on to the benefits. It sharpens the mind. The mind is broadened. I don't know if anyone has met someone who is bilingual or multilingual that is not very smart. No, that's not a shade. It's just the reality. I've met many people who are able to think outside the box. And by the time you speak with them, you find that they speak more than just one language. And it's not about whether it is French or Spanish. Think back to your grandparents. You see how witty and smart they are. Our great-great-grandparents, some of them did not go to school. They don't speak English. But they are very witty, because what our culture offers is more than just the language. They have that. So we encourage you to let your children embrace this. It sharpens the mind. It enhances decision making. You are able to switch from one level to another quickly in a short space of time. Being bilingual helps you to navigate other languages, so it makes it easier. I was really happy to hear Mrs. Kumbi go back a lot to our traditional folk tales, folklore, songs, and all that. And we see that if a child already speaks one language, it's easier for that child to embrace another language. It's easier for that child to switch in between two languages and think in those two languages. When you learn a language, you're not just learning the language, you're also learning the cultural aspects, you're also learning the unspoken nuances of that language. So as young as it may look that a child is starting to learn a language, you are building skills that that child may not be aware of. Even you may not be aware of it. Myself as an example, when I was being exposed as a child, at some point it became a bother to us when we had to be spoken to in 3 different languages, and we were like, is it that we are deaf or we don't understand what you're saying? We already understood what you said, but right now we're reaping the benefits. We're happy to say, all of us at home, we all speak French, English, and Yoruba. And then when we want to code, sometimes, God help you, you get lost in the midst of our conversation, because we will just easily switch and you'll be wondering. And then growing up, they will always be saying, hey, I want more Faransé, I want more professor. But I mean, you can do it. We have so many opportunities today online. There are so many sites, there are so many apps that you can use to help your children learn a language. It enhances the ability to multitask. You are able to think, you're able to do one thing and also do another, just like the music. I was happy to hear as well when she reiterated that music is a language. It is a language. Being bilingual helps you increase your memories, improves your memory. You are able to remember this in this language and relate it with another one. You are sharpening your memory, you're sharpening the child's memory. And it widens, of course, the streams of income. Economically, it's beneficial for you because you don't know where it will be useful for you. I mean, I think it was about 2 years ago, we had such a flush of people trying to write TEF. And you ask them, some of them 32 years old, and you wonder, and they do classes, they take classes for 2 months and they expect magic. So why not? Let's start early. Let's start encouraging the children to take it on. By the time they start learning it as children, it's not like you are waiting for them to start speaking. We've had cases of people saying, oh, my child has been learning, and when we went to Paris, she was lost. No, it goes beyond that. Consistency, we keep at it. With time, you will see the results. We have some cases, and people say, wow, the classes that my children is taking with you is helping them at school. It improves their scores at school. It's not just about that. You are helping the child, you're giving the child skills that they may not be able to acquire as adults. I'm sure in this forum, there are some of us that have attempted to enroll for TEF, and you see how difficult it is in terms of juggling your work, looking for proof of funds, looking for this and that, and then you still have to sit at a desk for almost 2 hours trying to learn conjugation at your old age. Sorry to say, not your old age, but so that's what our song is all about. Let's try to catch them young. Let's do it early to save them the stress of that experience as well. Okay? So what is language proficiency? Language proficiency is the ability to be able to use a language really well. You understand it really well. And when you start a child early on this path of bilingualism, the child gains that proficiency, gains that ability over time. It's like building gradually. It sets the child up for greater challenges in that language. So if a child starts learning the language right now, by next year, that child will not be on the same level where they were before. They would have improved. And if you keep at it that way, you go step by step, you see the child achieve more. There are different methods of language learning. The two main ones are the OPAL, that is one person, one language. So if you want your child to learn a language, we hear that excuse a lot. We hear people say, oh, but I don't speak the language. How will my child learn? How will I assess that the child is learning? Whatever language you choose to teach your child, for example, if your husband speaks more of your native language, I don't know, still on Ewereji, if you speak your language, I don't know what language it is, if it's different from your husband, you focus on that language and let the other person focus on that language. And that's what you'll be communicating with to that child. So for example, I would use Tommy. Tommy is Yoruba. So if you want your child to learn how to speak Yoruba, you speak to that child in Yoruba at home. The activities that you engage in, the things that you do, the instructions that you give, the times that you spend together, the games that you play, you try to do it in Yoruba. Tommy does that already. We see a lot of things that she shares on social media of how she's exposing her children to the Yoruba language and even other languages too. So one person, one language is a good way to expose the children to that language. So for example, if you think that you want your child to learn, if you want your child to learn French, maybe your husband or you don't speak so much French, you can take your time to get some basic knowledge of that language and still try to pass it on to that child. Because sometimes finances, funds might be a problem for you to enroll your child. Everything is not about enrolling a child at a center or enrolling a child for lessons. Sometimes we can get these things free. In fact, most times there are websites, there are places where you can get free facilities just to improve yourself so that you can improve your child. So it's not only about enrolling them. Can they sit in Zoom? Do you offer it on Zoom or you use Google? It doesn't have to be that all the time. There are little things that we can do around the house and to improve ourselves and then also improve them. Another one is the heritage style, using the language of your heritage language. So you can have your parents or older people in your family expose those children, the children to those people and see them, watch them pick up the language, watch them pick up the language. The main thing that we need to have at the back of our minds, whether you enroll your child at a school for language lessons or you are teaching them at home, the main ingredient that you need is constant exposure and consistency. Those are the two things that you need. You cannot say, I've enrolled my child at Alliance Française. Yes, we've done it for 3 months, and then there's nothing to show for it. So many people, I have met so many people that say, oh, I've been there, I did courses there, but they cannot say more than bonjour. So it's not just about enrolling them, expose them to different opportunities. The people that you know speak them. You can have, I know some people still do pen pals. You can have friends that you are just online, although we have to be careful. And as adults, we should know who we can relate with. There are families that are interested in chatting with you or doing exchange programs with other speakers of other languages. You can have a family where your children are friends with their children, and they just communicate in that language that you want. You have your cousins that you can expose them to. And we need to remember that there's no language that we say, don't speak that language. I don't want to hear you speak that language around my children. Even today, Pidgin is being recognized. Pidgin language is being recognized. So it's not about, oh, I don't want my children speaking in Pidgin language. I mean, before this session, I did a survey with some of our parents, and I got some feedback from them. One of it was that somebody telling me that a friend of hers was sharing her experience in the UK of somebody speaking Yoruba when they went to the salon, and then speaking in Yoruba that they were going to do something dangerous to their mom. When she comes back, she stepped out to shop, to do a few minutes of shopping, and then they were speaking to the child. The child pretended like she didn't. They automatically thought because of her accent she doesn't understand or speak Yoruba, and they said it. So when the mom came back, the child became very, very uneasy and had to speak with the mom and told the mom this is what they said. Immediately they left the place. I can't imagine what would have happened if the child did not understand what they were saying. So no matter the exposure, no matter the amount of exposure you give your child, no matter how little you think the exposure is, please still expose the child to another language, a language that might not be international, but that the child will benefit from. It's not a language that is so far away that it's not very, very useful for you in your community. We have a lot of people in diaspora now looking to embrace their Nigerian languages. And that's something that we encourage us all to do. Different ways that we can do this. We can read stories and tell stories. We can sing songs. The little songs, the few songs that you know in your dialect is good enough for your children to know. So it doesn't have to be 25 or 70 songs that you know. Just those 2 or 3, pass it on to them. They will ask you questions. What does this mean? What does that mean? And that's how they will become aware of those words too, and also learn them. We can play games with them in that language. We can sing songs. We can have dance and music. Play child-friendly word games with them. The same way we do I Spy with My Little Eyes, you can convert it to your own language. You can help the children learn it that way. Anything that you do in English, trust me, you can do it in whatever language you want to learn, you want your children to learn. And it's not a race that you want to compete with someone to say, oh, my child did achieve this in so time. Just take your time, little by little, you will be achieving it. You don't want to rush yourself and give yourself timelines that you cannot achieve. Just take your time. Nobody is chasing you up for it. It's just something that you want to do. You want to give the children a higher leverage, an opportunity to leverage on in future. You can also enroll them at school. You can also enroll them at language schools where they can get more exposure to those languages. Overall, we encourage you to make this happen. make it happen. You can make it happen. Bilingualism is not limited to a particular language. You can do it in English, you can do it in a query, you can do it in whatever your language is, you can do it in Spanish, in German, whatever the language is. I'll talk about some myths about language learning. Some people come and say, oh, am I not too old to learn a language? Are my children not too young? Will they acquire anything? Some people even say to us, they've not even finished learning English, then you're telling us to come and learn French. It's a myth. A child's brain can accommodate as many languages, as more than 7 languages at this stage, at their early ages. You can expose them to more than 7 languages and they would not have a problem with it. It's our adult brain that makes it look like, oh, how can I learn this and this and this and this at the same time? To a child, it's exposing their brain, it's energizing them, it's giving them opportunities to diversify, and they use it very well. They're not bound to structures and all that. Then when you want to teach a child a language, you shouldn't just make it a matter of a verb plus a noun equals a good sentence, an adjective has to be at the back of a clause, and all those gimmicks, yeah? At home, you can easily give them the opportunity to speak and understand. You speak to them and they will understand what you're saying. You check that they understand. Lomu kini yewa or lomu abo yewa. And the child is like, Mom, what are you saying? The first time you say it, the second time you say it, by the next time you're saying it, the child will be like, Abo, okay, mommy, plate. Now I see. It happened to me, my daughter, her first language is French. And then we speak at home and she says she's lost most of the time because she doesn't respond. So we had to become intentional with it to be speaking Yoruba to her. Initially, she was like, oh no, she's not interested in speaking Yoruba. But right now she's excited, she's happy whenever you speak with her and she comprehends, she understands what you're telling her to do or asking her to do. It builds confidence as well. Another one that we hear, one of the myths that goes around is that learning a language at an early age might cause speech delays or speech problems. That's not true. Learning more than one language does not cause speech delays. It doesn't, it even helps you modulate, it helps you use more words, it builds your vocabulary. Some people say you can only learn as a child. No, you can learn as an adult, even though it's more tedious. We encourage you to learn as young as possible. But then if you still have to do it as an adult, then it's something you have to do. I know many adults that have lost opportunities of job offers in international companies because they couldn't speak probably French or the language that they were required to speak. And some people even judge the children that are learning and say, oh, and you say you're taking language classes, but you don't know what book is in French. No, you don't assess a child that way. Let the child get exposed to the language. And when the opportunity comes, without you prompting, the words will come, the vocabulary will come, comprehension will come. Okay. Here we are at Children's Language School. I'm sure I've talked about what we do. We teach you languages. We help you enjoy the process of learning the language. It doesn't have to be cumbersome. If you've experienced language learning that has been cumbersome, then it hasn't been done right. If you want your children to learn in a fun environment, easy way, no pressures, but you will see the progress. The progress is always evident. We have so many children that so many families that invite other families to learn with us because of the approach that we use in teaching our children. I think I'll stop here now. If there are any questions or clarifications, I'm happy to respond. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Very, very enlightening and informative session. Thank you for the presentation as well. We really appreciate your time. I think one of the things I really appreciate that you've addressed are the myth around learning more than one language, exposing your children to more than one language. Because like you rightly said, so many people say, oh, it will confuse the child, or it's going to delay their speech development, and so many other things. So I'm really glad that you addressed that and let us see that that's just what it is. It's a myth. There's no truth or no advantage to all of that. So thank you very, very much. If I had a question, it would be about the people who are concerned. So let me put it this way. Some parents would rather their kids learn Mandarin, Spanish, French, even Italian, simply because of the economic value that language provides long term. And they refuse to understand that it's better to start with the Yoruba that you can speak. It's better to start with the Igbo you can speak. Why are you having to pay someone to, teach your kid Mandarin and on the rest of the other foreign languages? How would you respond to that for parents who have that kind of concern?
Okay, so the concern they have is they'll rather enroll their children to learn foreign languages that bring more economic returns. Just yes. Like you said, yeah. you asked the question and you sort of answered it. I mean, I say it in Yoruba, Ile lati kesho rode. So charity begins at home. I'm sure there is a version of that in Igbo and other languages. So if you want to embrace other languages, a good place to start before you start churning out the money to enroll them in those classes is to give them the free service of your own language, so you can easily teach them that language. So let's embrace ourselves first. I mean, I don't have a problem with people learning other languages. The opportunities will come. Right now, I see life more as making good use of the opportunities that come your way. So right now, the opportunity that you have where you are is your mother tongue, your Igbo language, your Hausa language. Use that first, and then take that knowledge of learning that language, the experience the child gains from learning that language, to step on another stone, which is a foreign language. So start where you are, use what you have right now before you start taking on foreign languages. So we have some questions like that. Some people come, they want to enroll their children for French and Yoruba, and I'm like, I don't know, maybe the way we respond, then they ask the question, which would you prefer we start with? And the answer is always start with your mother tongue. When you start from there, you find you won't struggle as much because it's something that you can easily relate with. And then you can expose yourself to other languages and cultures and the things that are related to them. Spanish, the conjugations, the things that are related to those languages are not for the faint-hearted, even though, yes, language learning is easy. I can ask the question and find out how many people have ever started learning a language and stopped. You did not fail, you just stopped because it was a lot. Yeah. So many of us would have done that. So let's help the children gain that confidence in a language that you can easily explain things to them. You don't have to, yeah. Most people that speak Yoruba, they don't know the conjugation part of Yoruba, but they speak it really well. They're very fluent in it and they have the understanding. So we can do that first.
Right. Thank you so much. And just the other question that we have here, I feel like you've already addressed it, but I think it would be nice that you can reiterate on the response. Someone is asking here, thank you so much, ma'am, for such an enlightening session. Is there a specific age to commence introducing a second language to a child?
Right. Yes. Okay, there is no particular age. From our experience, there's no particular age. A child can learn to can be exposed to a language right from babyhood, just like Madam Kubi also mentioned. So all you need to do is speak to that child in the other language. You can speak in your target language and the language that you use at home. So you're speaking to your spouse at home in English. You can translate it to Yoruba and say the same thing even to an unborn child. By the time the child comes to this earth, by the time you're changing the baby's diaper, you can say it in the language that you want the child to learn. You can say it in English and also say it in that language. Before you know it, by the time the child opens their mouth, you'll be hearing the two languages. So there's no particular age. Where there is an age restriction is when you have to sit at the back of a laptop or a desktop to learn a language. Not every child is able to sit there. Even you can find some adults, who can't sit for long, and that's not a problem, but that's particular to people. So you can't say because my child is 6 years old, automatically I can enroll them for a Zoom language class, and that might be counterproductive. It might even discourage the child if the child is not somebody meant to be sitting for that long. So when there's an age restriction is when you have to do all these online things. But if it is physically, you can easily shibi, bring it, bata, lower bata, all that. There's no age restriction. We have people coming to inquire, and below the age of 4, we usually just say, sing with them at home. Sing, play with them at home. That's all that they will need at that stage.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Someone is here saying that they are feeling so inspired already to start. Someone wants to know how they can reach out to you to engage some of your services. They're asking how they can reach out to you to enroll their kids for classes. I think, again, whilst you respond to that, I just want to let everyone know that if you registered for the program, you will receive all of these details from every of our speaker on how to get to them. But right now on the screen, you can see her contact details, email address, Instagram, and phone number. So please take that down, take a screenshot of it, and you can always reach out to her. Someone is asking, what do you think about learning using language apps? Does it make a difference? And I think it's a very important question, because the reality is that for some of us, whilst we want to introduce our kids to our mother tongue language, we don't know how to speak it as well. So it's almost like the blind leading the blind. So we have to depend on an app. So what are your thoughts on using an app? Is there a challenge with that?
No. So using an app is a right step in the right direction. So there's no problem with that. Whether you have a problem with using an app is you might not be getting as much feedback depending on the learner. A learner who is interested in hearing and getting where they need corrections. So we have a student who is he's 8 years old, but he talks and thinks like a 13-year-old. So he uses Duolingo to learn, and then Duolingo is not offering him as much as what he needs. So his parents enrolled him for physical classes, and he comes to class asking questions that someone who is writing TEF will be asking. And it's not like he's reading it up somewhere. They're just questions that are coming to his mind. So he will just ask those questions. So if you are using an app, if you give a child that app and say, use it, the child will stop at that point. The child will not be able to go beyond what the app is offering because there's no feedback, there's no real life interaction with it. So that's just the only thing. But if at a young age, a child is happy to use that, the child's level is being maintained, the child's attention is being sustained with that app, and the child is learning, it's great.
Thank you so much. Thank you. And I think the last question here that we can accommodate, someone is asking, on the issue of sitting still. When is it a problem? Like, when is it a problem when a child cannot sit still for too long? I don't know if you have a response to give to this in terms of learning a language.
When is it a problem? A child not sitting still is not a problem, if you ask me. It's not a problem. I teach in schools and I find some children learn better when they're standing. They prefer to stand or they are leaning. So you just leave them. You find that they're more productive in that posture. So it's not about sitting down. So long as a child can be, I once had a 4-year-old who would be rolling up and down, would be doing those rounds while learning. And at the end of each lesson, the child was achieving the goals. So do you have to say that because the child is not sitting there, she's going to be eating bread as you are teaching her? She's going to be asking for a snack as you're teaching her, but she's learning faster than somebody that is sitting and looking at you like this. So I don't think it's a problem if a child cannot sit. The only challenge is if the child is not sitting and is not benefiting from that class, then I don't think you should be spending your money on that class. If your child can stand through the lesson and gain, then fine. But if your child is not being attentive in the class or gaining anything from that class, then you don't need to do that.
Right, thank you so much, and I quite agree with you. I think that most parents would also quite understand that kids learn with different ways. Some kids learn when they're in motion, some kids learn when they are still, some learn with visual, some learn with audio, some learn with experiential, like practical things. So to the mom who is asking, maybe if you're really concerned, maybe you want to see a child specialist and truly have the situation diagnosed. But like Dami has said, it's not such a problem, especially if at the end of the day, the child is giving you feedback that they are learning what it is that is being taught. Okay, so on that note, that brings us to the end of the Adedamoye. Thank you so much, ma'am. This has been really, really, really wonderful and very enlightening. Like everyone has echoed, we
Thank you.
Definitely see the benefits of exposing our children to language really early. And for those of us who have not started, we also see the benefit of starting now from where we are. So thank you again. Thank you. Everyone, please send in your appreciation and let her know how much we appreciate her time and the knowledge that she has shared with us this evening. Thank you once again. So please do not go away. Have a wonderful evening, ma'am. Thank you so much for being a part of it. We hope you can honor us when we call on you again. Now, we will be moving on to our next speaker. She's ready to go. But before we do that, I wanted to just let us know that those of us who are joining in from Ibadan, if you are here and you're joining from Ibadan, we have special gifts for you. So please indicate if you're from Ibadan. The first three persons who will let us know that they are joining from Ibadan, we're going to reach out to you with the gifts. For those of you who are in Lagos, who'll be joining in tomorrow at Landmark, we have so many exciting gifts from our sponsors and from well-wishers. So please come in on time. Some of them are for the first people, some are for the 10 people. Just try coming on time and you get to be a part of that. But if you're in Ibadan, please let us know. The first 3 people, you have a gift there for you because the person, you're from Port Harcourt. We'll find Lois, I don't know what to make of your situation, but we'll figure something out for you. For those who are in Ibadan, yes, you have your gifts right there in Ibadan sent to you. Now over to our next speaker. I like this next topic. You know, I feel like I'm liking every topic, but yes, I especially like this one because when you check most of the mom or parents blog or parents community platforms, one of the overriding conversation and questions from parents, it's always, how can I teach my child to read? Oh, my child is 5 years, my child is 2.5, my child was just born yesterday, but he or she doesn't know how to read. How can I help my child to read? And that's what our next speaker is going to be addressing, how you can teach your child to read. So yes, we will be welcoming our next speaker. I hope that she's here with us because we are very, very excited to listen and to hear from her. So our next speaker joining us this evening is no other than Amaka Odunowo. She's a Christian family strategist and a homeschooler to 3 girls. Yeah. NEPA has done their thing. Thank you, NEPA. And she has been homeschooling in either full-time, hybrid, or supplementary models for 8 years. She has always loved books and reading. However, her passion for literacy education began when she was an early years teacher and discovered the joy of introducing books and reading to children. Amaka has successfully taught more than 60 children to read, including her own, and she has coached parents towards the same goal. She believes that a focus on literacy will save Nigeria's educational future. She also believes that the only alternative to education measures, alternative education measures can guarantee improvement in literacy across the country. It has been said that you shouldn't attempt to have a serious conversation with Amaka whilst her nose is stuck in a book. I really like that. So we're very excited and we can't wait to hear everything you have to share with us. So ladies and gentlemen, let's make welcome Amaka Odunowo as she takes us on a session on how to introduce reading to your children. Amaka, you're very welcome.
Thank you.
Yours. Thank you so much.
Good evening. Thank you, everybody.
So many questions. So my tip is, let's go through your session real quick because I foresee so many questions coming your way.
No problem.
Thank you.
So I'm trying to turn on my slides and I'm having a connectivity problem. So I'm currently on my phone waiting for my laptop to cooperate with me. But in the meantime, I'm just going to go ahead and then whenever it decides to, okay. Sorry, give me a second. It looks like it's cooperating. Is that okay? I apologize.
It's okay. No worries at all. No worries. Okay, so whilst we're waiting for that to be sorted, I'm going through the comment section to see if we have people from Ibadan who have responded. Yes, UK, we're coming to you. Woo-hoo-hoo. Ilashe, you're from Ilashe. Ilashe, try and connect us in Landmark. We'll find something from you. So I can see Ibadan. We have 2 people. Osahan, thank you. Toyi. You're from Osun State, it's not far from Ibadan. Well, I'll leave that up to Tommy. Tommy will let you know if you can do that because you need to know that the logistics for taking the gifts would be up to you. So if that's something you are willing to accommodate, then sure, I'm sure you can work out the details with Tommy. This is for Tosin. But to every other person, we'll see you at Landmark tomorrow. Please come in really early and come in prepared. Fantastic. All right. Tommy will reach out to you, Tosin. Thank you for responding. Amaka, how are you looking up? Is it connecting now? Dr. Bola, what is this about gifts again? Oh, a wonderful supporter has gifts for 3 mothers or for 3 parents who are in Ibadan. So that's what we were asking about. So we're saying for those who needed to, or you need to unmute. Okay, let me, Tommy, can you please help with unmuting Amaka?
Hi, thank you.
Great.
Good evening. Can you see me? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can see you. We can hear you much better.
Can I share my screen, please?
Absolutely.
Awesome. Okay, so let me get that done. Good evening, everybody. It has been powerful here. I've had an awesome time with Mrs. Kumbi and an awesome time with Mrs. Ole. It's okay. I can't share my screen yet, please. It's been absolutely amazing. Thank you so much for having me. My name is Amaka Odunowo. I am a family strategist and a homeschooling mother. I am also, should I say, a homeschooling graduate. I was partially homeschooled growing up. So I'm kind of like sitting in that
Oh,
space,
wow.
experience, and yes, my amazing mother.
Please try sharing your screen now. I'm sure you have access to do that now.
Yes, I do. Okay. Can you see my screen, please?
Yes, we can see it is loading up, but we can see it now. You're good to go.
Awesome. So my name is Amaka, and I'm just going to go run straight through. The main reason I have slides is because I'm very passionate about this topic, and slides help me to stay focused. Okay. Please let's use the comment section. It just helps me to know that we're working together and I'm making sense, okay, and we're flowing together. So today I have been privileged to come alongside to tell you, I'm supposed to teach you how to help your child to read. And we're all on this journey. I am currently teaching my 5-year-old, but before we get into that, I just wanted to put in a few quotes. And for our people, because a lot of times when we come in with some of the things that we say, I like to show people that people respect, so that you say that, okay, this reading thing is a big deal. And it's not a big deal because it's academic. Okay, reading is not an academic skill. That's like the first thing I want to tell us before I go into this. So I need you to think about it like the same way we teach our children to brush their teeth, the same things they've told us about music and about languages, and teaching our children practical life skills and social skills. That's the same thing about reading. Okay. The people that begin to clamor for an education which shall qualify their children for life rather than for earning a living. As a matter of fact, it is the man who reads and has thought on many subjects who is, with the necessary training, the most capable, whether in handling tools, drawing plans, or keeping books. I'm sure you've seen it. Let's even use a person that is into vocational skills. You've entered, I've gone to people that sewed, but because of their thinking, because of their exposure, because of how well read they were, the way they do their work is different. And the way they do their work is different because their level of thinking is different, and reading influences our level of thinking. Okay, and so it's really not even just about, oh, we learn to read so that we can pass exams and so we can get a job. It's because it's life. Ideas nurture life. Reading, and I'm going to qualify what I mean by reading later on, but these things nurture life. They nurture our brain is ideas. Okay, these are the things that bring beauty into our lives, that nourish our need for meaning and purpose and all those good things that are going on in our lives. Reading is a core part of that. Okay, we don't just share food, we don't just share resources, we nourish our souls. And the major reason we nourish our souls and exchange ideas like we are doing today is because at some form or the other, reading was necessary. Do you see what I'm saying? So Albert Einstein is like, see, this thing is not deep. It's not about carrying one biology textbook or one, physics textbook. Read fairy tales. Read fairy tales. And I'll tell you why right now. Fairy tales are deep. They show how a lesson progresses. They show how people think. They show motivations behind people's actions. They show character. Do you see? And these are things that, ideas that we begin to nurture in our children from very young when they're learning to read. Okay, Bill Gates says, I had lots of dreams when I was a kid. And I think that a great deal of that grew because I knew how to read. We talk about people like Bill Gates because, oh, they didn't graduate. But a lot of people that the world says, oh, this person didn't graduate from school, like this person is a dropout. If we check it, they are avid readers. So while they don't have an academic education, they're actually very well educated. Do you get the difference? So reading is key. Now, this is very important to me. And I said that because it's important to have, as parents or as homeschoolers or as, whether you're, as far as I'm concerned, especially if you're in Nigeria, every parent is a homeschooler, because if you are helping your child with homework, you are teaching the child, you are homeschooling. If you have a lesson teacher, you are homeschooling, because the educational system in the purest form, you don't need a backup system to educate that child. It's supposed to be all in all, a different topic. Anyway, so you need to have, whether you are homeschooling fully or hybrid or supplementary, you need to have a vision for, and vision is not deep. Vision is like what they tell us, start with why. Why are we educating our children? Why are you putting your children in that school? Why are you using that curriculum? Why are you buying those books? We start with why. And starting with why is because, moving to another popular thought, we begin with the end in mind, really just our mission. So our mission is basically, how do we want to get things done? Okay, so our vision is our why, and our mission is our how. If you don't have these two things in place, see, there are so many great educational philosophies, so many great educational systems, so many, there's advice flowing up and down. You get on YouTube, you Google, you get on Instagram, you get on Pinterest. There's so many things coming up, but if you don't know where you're going and how you want to get there, you're going to accident, okay? And the bad part of it is that your child will be the casualty. And so as I'm teaching you today, I'm teaching you based on my experience, based on what has worked for me. But it's also important that you take what I'm teaching you and distill it to what will work for your unique family. In fact, inside every unique family, every child is unique. I can get into a class of 30 and I'm teaching all 30 children, but all 30 children are going to learn at different paces and at different times. Even in my home, my firstborn is 9. She started reading hymn books at 3. My second born is 5. We are still reading primers. Actually, we just started reading primers this year because it was this year that the readiness and the interest came into play. And 5 is very okay to read. Do you see? Same children, same home. Sorry, different children, same home, different processes. And we need to be very, very okay with that. Okay? Let me get my notes. So it's important that we know where we are going and know how we are going. Now, I'm not going to dig too deep into this. You can Google all this information up. What does reading help our children to do? It helps them to think for themselves. Because they're getting so many ideas, naturally, their brain starts to distill. Which ones do I want? Which ones do I pick? They start to synthesize and evaluate what works. They evaluate critically. I read this in this book. I read this in this other book. How will these things work? Okay, longer attention spans. I'm not like it's harder to be distracted when you're reading paper and pen, like you sit down there. They know and love more words. That means their vocabulary is linked to it, and vocabulary is linked to a higher IQ. So automatically they sound more intelligent or they look more intelligent just because they know more words and how to use those particular words. And now this is the thing, standards have dropped all over the world. All over the world. I've been researching a lot on like the US and UK, Canada system of education. Standards have dropped. So having your child being able to read standard books, as in books that were standard 50 years ago, if your child can read them in 10 years, your child has advantages. And this doesn't necessarily even have to do with competition, but rather as positioning, right? And so it has more. They are more empathetic because they can see other viewpoints. You know, their brain is working better. It helps them to go to bed. People read to fall asleep. It reduces stress. It reduces blood pressure and heart rate. They found this in older people. It fights depression symptoms. People that read a lot, as they grow older, you see that they have things, their brains are not empty. So while they cannot be physically active, their minds have nourishing ideas and things to think about. If you think about, you know, my dad and an uncle that read all of like Chinua Achebe's books and all those books, he will be talking about those books and about those poems and about those things because their brains were filled with nourishing ideas. So cognitive decline is yes, it will happen, but the rate at which it will happen will be lower. So even if you are thinking of a reason to get into reading for pleasure, I'm not talking about just self-help or business books, but just like a nice good book you want to read for yourself, that's another good way to do that. Now, this is important. Is age just a number when we get into education or when we get into reading? So people say, why should, like, the truth is, a 2-year-old can read. No, sorry, the fact is a 2-year-old can read. The truth is, must a 2-year-old read? And there are other more important things for a 2-year-old to do than read. And when I say read, I mean look at words and put them together on a page. Okay. So I also will not just want to answer it off right. I'll just say, see, it depends on factors. What's your why? If you are not homeschooling, for instance, and the only school available to you, your child goes there, and your child is in a class and they're teaching everybody else to read, you are most likely going to encourage your child to read. Do you see? If you are surrounded with people that feel like a child does not need to read till 7, you have less stress, less pressure, you might not even bother. Okay. The curriculum, philosophy, methodology that we use matters. If you are doing Montessori, most likely your child will read before 5. Why? Because there is a methodology put in place for the child to teach himself how to read. If you are doing something like Shalom Macy, they won't say outright, don't even start teaching that child how to read till the child is 6. If you are doing unschooling, your child might not read till 10. And this is, do you get? So there is no one size fits all. It depends. Like I said, vision is very important. This is where I'm going. This is why this is why I am doing what I'm doing. This is where I'm going, and this is how I'm going to get there. Then you also want to look at stress. Any methodology that puts stress on your child or on yourself or stresses your relationship with your child, you need to watch it. Move back. Think about it. If your child wants to learn how to read, like there are so many methodologies, so many curriculums, so many things that are for free that you don't need to pay for, that your child can use without you putting stress either on your child's brain that is still developing or on yourself. I mean, you have so many things you can be thinking about or doing with your head. And then on the relationship you have with your child, because that is very key. That is the conduit. That is the channel through which you reach your child, that relationship. So if you stress the relationship, your influence over your child is going to decrease. It is not worth it. They will learn to read eventually. And then don't just look at, when it comes to education, especially in our country, in our continent, we are very focused on finishing. Okay? We are very focused on, when you're finishing a house, on POP and lights and the kind of windows and the kind of furnishing I have in the house. We are not as focused on foundation, on the structure that was built on the foundation, on the roofing of our building. And these things are important because down the road, you begin to see the gaps. You begin to see the gaps down the road, and you really, it's not a good place to be. So you now have a 15-year-old that is failing an exam, not because the child is dull, but because, do you get? Or you have an adult that doesn't want to read because the person was stressed and the person only meant to read as an academic exercise. And so the person just, as soon as I finish my exams and I graduate from university, I pack my books, give my parents, and I'm not reading again in my life. What's the point? Reading is beautiful. Reading is enjoy. Reading is graceful. Reading brings life and nourishes our brains and does all those great things. So before we start pushing all those things out, let's lay the proper foundation. Now, who am I and why am I saying this? I've said it before, I was partially homeschooled. I love books, I love reading. My friends know that I'm more likely to buy books into my home, even as a married woman, than I am to buy food and clothes for my children. It has been known to happen. We'll just manage and eat whatever we have if I see a book I want to buy. And I mean, homeschooling families are typically on a budget, but yeah, we do things like that a lot, and we have not died, we're fine. Anyway, I was doing the calculation when I was doing this. I realized that actually it's like 100. I wrote 60 children, but I realized it's like 100 children that I've successfully taught, and I'm proud of it. 4 to 6 year old because I taught nursery 2 or nursery 3, depending on the school, how to read. And then in teaching the children, I always ended up coaching parents because you cannot teach the children a life skill without incorporating the parents. Otherwise, it's going to be an academic exercise. Even if it's done, like we have 30 minutes literacy period every day. So if it's only that 30 minutes every day you used to read, what's the point? I'm teaching you, you're not learning to enjoy it or regurgitate it. So I was coaching parents throughout that time, and even after my years in school, because people saw my children, they were like, oh, how did you teach your children to read? Or how did, rather my oldest daughter, how did you teach her to read? Coach my friends, that kind of thing. So parents and other teachers as well ran trainings for schools, things like that. I used the example of my 9-year-old that I taught her to read. And recently this year, this is the book. This was my book that I had years ago. And this is the book Madame picked up that she's reading. And I was scared because I was, first of all, like, the writing is so small. So I wasn't even sure if I should let her read it. And then it has all these ideas on it. I wasn't even sure she would understand it because it's Ben Hur. The language is old KJV Shakespearean language, right? Has she finished the book? No. She picks it up, she reads it a little bit, she drops it. She picks it up, she reads it a little bit, she drops it. Okay, and she's been on it for an entire year. She hasn't finished it. But I'm telling myself it's hypertrophy. Her muscles are stretching. Like, there's a way you stretch a rubber band, you can never go back to the original size. Things are changing and working. Her language is changing. What she's thinking about is changing. How she sees the world is changing. It's made her more like, okay, so we do Shalom. We're eclectic. We're leaning a lot towards Shalomism. And so we try to do this. We don't really do the Book of Centuries, but we just connect the ideas. And so she's like, Mama, do you know that Lew Wallace, the person that wrote it, that his brother met Edison? Like, I think it was, and I was like, how did you connect? She said, yeah, she read the introduction, she saw the name, it looked like one person's name, so she went back to one other book. And I was happy because for me, this is education. That's the goal. Now, is she one of those children that, you will take and do all this competition with? No. But she's making those connections. Now, on the other hand, my 5-year-old is not reading any book by herself yet, but she is currently making me read this to her, The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe. We're reading a chapter a day. And if I don't read it, she gets very upset. And then as an audiobook, she's listening to Heidi, which is another book. The writer of Heidi was born in 1827, died in 1901 or something. So it's like a very old book, a very old language, lots of words, and that's what she's listening to. The older one is listening to Lisa May Alcott's Little Woman currently, and she plans to move to Little Men, Jewish Boys. Now, it was easy for me to do all of this because, like I said, I was partially homeschooled and I was brought up on this book. So I was just sharing with my children the books I love. And so they have been learning history, they've been learning science, they've been learning social studies, they've been learning so many other things because for them, the books, for my 5-year-old, the learning to read is work. Okay, she's not always very interested, but what is inside the book is precious enough for them to want it. Do you see? Like, they want it. So this is just my story. So everything I am sharing with you is based off on that. I am not a reading expert. But this is just based off on my own story, right? Okay, now, when I say reading, I need you to hear these 3 things. The first thing is listening. The child needs to be able to, okay, so when we start reading to our children, the first thing, when we start teaching our children to read, the first thing we need to do is to read to them. And we start reading to them from the womb. And we are reading to them, reading to them, reading to them. So our children should be able to listen to what we say. Okay? They do not even necessarily, so on listening, maybe, memorize a few facts, maybe understand what I'm teaching. But at first word go, they need to be able to listen. They need to be able to sit down or lie down or play or dance and still taking the knowledge, the ideas that are coming from what they are reading or what is being read to them or what they are listening. Okay. Now, I also say listening because we are moving into an accessible world. Not everybody can read. So you have people that are challenged with their eyes, and so they cannot read, or they have a learning disability, maybe they're dyslexia, so they cannot read by themselves. But even at that, they can listen and still take in, because most books are being turned to audiobooks anyway. So they can listen and still take in that information. It is important. So the fact that they might not be able to read the words does not limit them from being able to take in the ideas that come from the words.
So if you are thinking, teach my child to read, the first thing you need to do is to read to your children. That's what I'm trying to say. And get your children to listen to what you're saying. Just read, practice reading. And it is hard work. If you've read to children, you know it is work. Because by the time you read one chapter here, a child wants you to read one particular book that they like 20 times, it's work. But you keep reading. And then synthesizing. I got this from Bloom's taxonomy and I love it. So on Bloom's taxonomy, you have 6 stages of learning. A typical Nigerian school stops at level 3 or 4. Fortunately for me, I was working at a school that made us go to 6 with every lesson plan. And it was like punishment, but it was very good for us. And so synthesizing basically means all the things you have learned from different subjects, you take them together and you can begin to make an idea of them. You can begin to see how they come together to create something new. So you go from knowing something to understanding something, to being able to apply it, to being able to analyze it, to being able to evaluate it, and then synthesize it. And so for me, for reading, I would say the child understands what they are reading or what is being read to them. Okay, this is even the way the child doesn't make mistakes, because if a child is reading a word and the child is like, this word does not fit in this particular context, the child will reverse. You are not the one that will say, that word sounds funny. The child will reverse because the child knows it doesn't fit. Do you see? Lord help me with that. Okay, so the child can understand the material. The child can evaluate it. Is this something I should read? Do I agree with this? Do I want this? I don't think this is right. But this is in disagreement with all of, so the child can weigh it and, play with the idea. And then the child can now bring in ideas from all the different things they have read. Okay, and then put them together to create something new, or it might not even be something new for the world, but something new for the child. Like, that means this person and this person, though I did not read about them in the same book, they knew each other, they were born at the same time. Do you see? And then we now move into fluency. Now, fluency is when the child can read words accurately and fast. Okay, the child can now, so this is where we now get into the actual words of the page. So you can see that the main work of reading is in the mind before it now gets to this other one. If you've done the other one, when you get to this one, you can, what's the English word? You can take it by itself and just focus on it, like laser focus on that word, because you know that every other thing is working for you already. Do you see? You're not trying to do everything at the same time. And it also doesn't stress you and your child as much. Okay, so now let's get into practice. Ages 0 to 3, what do we do with our children? Read, read, read. Have lots of books to read. Okay, so I don't have any board book with me, but there are lots of board books with like 1 words and all that. You can start with that when they're very little babies. Right now, my 2-year-old is reading, it's called Harry McClary. It's a series. It was given to me by a friend. I particularly love this one because a lot of times baby books are twaddle, which means that they are junk food. They are just short, choppy sentences, no ideas. It's like somebody digested the food and then now brought it out. When you are trying to feed babies and then you put the meat in your mouth and then bring it out, and so a lot of children's books are like that. They are very disrespectful to children and their minds and how they can think. And so I like this book because just the name, Harry McClary's Caterwall Paper, which basically means that they were making noise and they were disturbing the entire neighborhood, right? But the words, and so with a twitch of his tail and a purposeful paw, down by the river crept Scarface Claw. He woke up a lizard, he startled a bee, bothered a blackbird high in a tree. I love it because it rhymes, it's fun. My baby loves the pictures, the characters are consistent, and you're using words, so you're yowling, you're wailing, you're causing a cacophony, I just love it because it's not twaddle, it's fun, she enjoys reading it. And so we read. Okay, now this is an example that, some people might say it's twaddle, but I enjoy Eric Cow's books because I love the drawings. And so this one is Brown Bear, Brown Bear. Now, the truth is most of these books, apart from the ones that were gifted to me, and maybe Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe, I've either had for years or I thrifted. Some of them, like I used to enter under the bridge, enter like inside market before like book thrift sellers came to Instagram. We used to enter some places to buy books. And so most of these books are really old, right? but good condition. And so this one really has colors. So she's reading it, she's practicing her colors, practicing her animals. That's for my 2-year-old. It's a lot of fun. It's not rich in terms of language, but the drawings are beautiful. And so beauty is still getting into our mind, right? And so that's just an idea. You don't even have to have a lot of books. This is just one book my aunt gave me. She used it for her currently 29-year-old daughter. And so she gave it to me. And so it has so many stories in it, poems and stories and different things. And you can have just one. And we've had it for almost a year. We are still reading it. We'll probably be reading it for the next 3 or 4 years. Okay, so read, have conversations. Montessori will teach us that as you're changing their diapers, talk to them about what you're doing. As you're laughing, like whatever you're doing, just talk to them, ask them questions, ask for their opinions. 2 and 3-year-old have opinions about everything. Whether you want their opinion or not, they will tell you. You should just ask for it and, just be intentional about it. Rhymes, finger plays, the itsy bitsy spider, and it also helps because it helps with their, it's not gross motor. What's the opposite? Fine motor. Thank you for their fine motor skills. It helps with their fine motor skills. There are even some a little teapot, shelter, skirt. It helps with their I'm happy. So they do all this thing. It helps. Do you get? They are learning languages. Unconsciously they're learning how languages work. They're learning words that rhyme. They're learning what things work together. So rhymes, finger play. So at this point, you can start, depending on the age of your child, and if your child is interested, start sequencing stories as simple as get to a book. Like what I do is we get to a book and we say a very big the end, so they know that we've gotten to the end, and so they can know, this is the beginning, this is the end, this happened before this happened. For some 3-year-olds, you can start teaching sounds. I try to do things like this so that when I'm actually teaching the real blending, I'm not stressed because you already know your sounds. So I'm just teaching you how to put your sounds together. That kind of thing. Like, chop all your ingredients, put them inside the pot, and then when it's time to cook, bring it out. That's kind of like my personal reading methodology. And so, your sounds, and then my favorite method of teaching sounds is Jollyphonics, primarily because I was trained in it. Secondly, because Jollyphonics is the only place I know that has 42 sounds. The alternates, which are also a lot, has even before they got an app, they had videos, they had audios, they had posters. And so I didn't even buy all their resources. I just bought their posters 10 years ago when I was teaching. I bought it for myself to use in my classes. And so I've used them for my children throughout, right? And then, I had a couple of books that I photocopied here and there for them. So I prefer Jollyphonics. It works for me. I would share, if I have time, I have a few resources I will share with you here just to show you how I use them. And so I teach the sound. Jollyphonics is easy because the way they also arrange the sound, they do it synthetic, so they don't do ABC, right? They do it in groups of 6, and they have 7 groups for the 42. And so they start with S, E, T, P, in. And so the idea behind that is with the first sound, if you want to start teaching your children how to read immediately, you can. Because the first sound is, and it has a drama, it has an action, it has a song. The children say the word, you can tell them a story with it, so they have fun, and it goes, the child knows it. Then now teach E, so the child can now say S, E, or the child can say E, S, if you want to start teaching reading immediately. So that's one reason why Jollyphonics works so well for an educational system. It gets the work done fast, and the children are not stressed. And then you can practice your blending, which is like putting sounds together to make a word. We'll do a practical at the end. So 4 to 6, everything we did in 0 to 3, we continue. And then we are sequencing stories, I've talked about that. We're teaching sounds, I've talked about that. We are blending, I've talked about that. So blending is different from reading because of fluency. So if I am blending, I am saying either at cat, or I'm saying at cat, right? But if I'm reading, I'm saying cat. Do you see the difference? So we are practicing reading, we're practicing blending. We are reading short words, we are doing word pattern games like math, sat, fat. We're just playing with things like that. We are learning sight words. Those are words that don't have, they don't follow sounds. You just have to learn it and say it. We are reading primers. Now, primers are not as popular. Are we still together? Am I making sense? Primers are not as popular because, they've kind of like gone out of fashion. But what they do...
Yes, we're following.
Awesome, thank you. So what they do is that they help to build confidence and they help to build fluency. Okay, they build confidence and they build fluency. They are not interesting, they are typically boring. I have an interesting one I'm going to share. It's on my slide here. Okay, and so like Queen's Primary, right? They are rhyming words, the child is reading them over and over. But at the end of the day, the child is memorizing it, is memorizing the word pattern. The child is not trying to blend it because somewhere their brain, the neurons are beginning to connect to their brain and they are beginning to see how this thing works. So please do primers. Do primers. They are reading longer words if possible. If they have storybooks, I'll show you how it works. There's something called fries, first 100 words, and it has like the most popular words in English. It has 1,000 words. He made a list of the most high frequency words that you find in written material. But the thing about it is that his first 100 words, I think they're paying like 50% of written material, and the first 25 are paying like almost any page you see, like of art, things like that. So a child even not having those roadblocks or those very simple high frequency words helps build fluency. So even if a child cannot really read, he's still in that emerging beginner reader. There's a confidence, and when the child is confident, the child will try anything. And that breeds resilience, builds with confidence, and that's what we want. Where our children are resilient and they feel like they can do anything and their esteem is growing just because they can read. You can introduce comprehension. I'm not really a fan, but you can introduce, who is this person? What did this person do? Blah, blah, blah. I prefer narration. It's a shalom-mason thing where the child has to take, remember we're working towards synthesis, right? But the child has to take what the child read and tell it back to you in the child's own words and go into as much detail as possible. This is not a summary thing. The child is just, so this thing that we read, and the child has to now the child is learning to pay attention because the child knows, I'm going to be asked what I read, and the child gets extra points. We're not really marking, but you get what I mean, for like going into detail about like colors and experiences and expressions and things like that. So those are good things to do. Ages 7 to 9, and I'm stopping at this age for our group today. Comprehension and narration, please pardon that. I typed disgrace anyway. Comprehension and narration, discussions. Now we want to start having discussions. We want to be challenging thoughts. You want them to be challenging your thoughts. You want to be introducing new perspectives. This is where we say we are raising critical learners and critical thinkers. Okay, let us discuss, the way people face themselves and discuss politics. Let us read a book and talk about it. Okay, this happens age 7 to 9. And a lot of times they'll come and talk to you by themselves. You don't even need to start, especially if it's something they're interested in. And then you can be like recently I've been she's looking at me from outside my window. But I've been disturbing my daughter because she's really into biographies. And because of the last school she was in, it was a US-based school, so she was really into biographies of like US. So she's really been like Barack Obama, Michelle Obama. She has all these biographies and she's reading them. So I was like, so what's the big deal? Like, so what did Michelle Obama do? Why she married Barack Obama when he was president? So, and she was not trying to prove to me why she was a big deal. And I was like, do you get? And so it was sharing ideas like, I'm not going to go into this. At this point, we want to be moving from no picture books. We want to be moving into books that do not have pictures. Okay, it's slow. We want to be going into interest-based books. And it can be anything. It doesn't even have to be fiction. Biographies, geography, science, anything. Anything we're interested in, sewing, drawing, anything we're interested in, let's read. Let's be playing with the dictionary. Let's open up the dictionary, look for the meaning of words. Let's use thesaurus. Let's just have fun, and play games. And I say this word, you actually mean this, okay? I say at the end of the day, still reading. So you still don't stop reading to your child. So you're reading, and your child is reading. Okay, so I don't know if I'm up to time, but I was trying to be fast. All right, so let's move. Awesome. Okay, so now let's have a very practical session. Okay, you can practice with me. I don't know if anybody's allowed to read. And also, these are just ways in case you have never tried to teach your child how to read. You're going to use maths. Okay, now typically we'll do something like m, a, t, mat. Now, if your child is just starting to read, you will hear m, a, t, iron. And in your head, you will be wondering, I wish I would not take this child to the hospital. Which is also why we do all those other things that we do. We do rhymes, we do reading. So if there's a problem, you would have recognized it and started intervention with therapists early. Do you see? That's why we don't just jump to matter, because otherwise you will feel like something is wrong with the child you gave birth to. Okay? Or if there's actually something is wrong, you will frustrate yourself and frustrate the child for something that biologically the child is unable to do, which is unfair.
Mm.
Do you see? So all those other things that we do, if you have been having discussions about books, learning, you would know. So at this point, I know that, okay, you're actually all right. It's just that the neurons in our brain have not quite gotten the memo yet. So it's like kickstarting a car. We'll keep pushing, do you get? So another method I learned, which worked, because, okay, so when I was going to teach my 5-year-old how to read, I'd not taught anybody how to read in a while. And so I saw this course, I can't even remember the name. I didn't use it for long, but it just kind of like gave me a refresher on how to teach your child to read. I think it was $20 or so. If I remember the name, I'll share it. I can't remember the names. All these people, our brothers in Asia, and teaching their 2-year-old and 1-year-olds how to read is one of them, and it has like a whole system. It was a bit boring to me, but like it did the work that it needed to do, because I was able to start again with my daughter, and that was at the beginning of this year when she was learning to read. And so what he does, he doesn't do act, do you get? He does act. So it's easier for the child to make the connection with their brain, okay, especially when the child is just learning, because with act, for us it's just act, but for the child is like, you put something here, the child will go and bring it, go and bring another one, and then by the time the child has brought the other two have gone away. They are not there again. So this method, when we say it fast, okay, and you say it with the child, so you go mat. Now, something he said with the particular child he was doing the video with, because he was teaching the child and he was recording it, and he saw this as a course. I mean, I feel like that was very brilliant. And so they had been playing with that particular child since the child was a baby. And so the child grew up playing word games where they'd be like, mat, cat for ox, fox. And so by the time it was time for the child to start it, the child was already used, the child had been playing that particular word game, blending, not knowing what he was doing. So it's like all those ingredients the pepper that you blended that you put in your fridge till the day they're ready to cook, right? And so when it was time for the child to come and learn, the child just had to learn to recognize it, but the child already knew how to blend. You see? So it was like mat. So the child is not going to look, in strange places for it. Now, something else that I do that saves me time and energy is consonant blends. And so typically you have consonant blends either at the beginning of words or at the end of words, okay? And I have it in raindrops here. Now, raindrops typically is supposed to have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 different sounds. But the way I teach my children, I try to put, combine a few of them so that instead of having 8 different sounds, it has 6 sounds, okay? Now, we have R, we have A, we have and so in our home, we break it in 2. We don't even try to read everything together. We break it in 2. So when you have a long word, what do? We break it in 2. And I let the child choose where you're breaking it in 2. So my daughter I broke this the way she typically broke it. She would do a in rain. And then I teach consonant blends. And so that's 2 consonants together. How do they sound? Like sk, st, str. Tree, for instance, or it's TR, but it's not really it's true. GC. So I just teach those consonant blends. So that when we get to that part, the child is not saying d, r. It just makes my life easy. So rain, dr. So rain, and then we now do drops. Now P and S or S and P, I teach it as a blend as well. So drops. Okay, so now my daughter My 5-year-old doesn't do the A. She actually just does the A. But because she's learnt it, it's not difficult. And she decided this is how she wanted to do it. It was my own. As long as it's working, do whatever works your boat. So rain, rain, drops, drops, and raindrops. Sometimes it can come out as r, a, and we have to go back and remind ourselves that it's no, okay, no, that actually doesn't really happen. It happens with the alternates or with the magic E. So if there was an E, it will happen with the magic E, but it really does happen like this because she's learned her sounds and she learned it with action, she learned it with story, she learned it with everything, and so it's fun. Okay, and so did this help? This is like practically, so this is what we do in learning a sound. You can't avoid this one. You have to do the work. It's going to take you a while. Sometimes it takes 6 weeks for a child to catch it. Sometimes it takes 8 weeks. Sometimes it takes, I mean, when I was teaching, I'll have like children that for the whole first term could not blend. But they will enter second term, week 4. It's just like, pa, 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 pa. So just, stay with it. And so we also have sight words because not every word uses sounds. Thank you. Not every word uses sounds. And so typically I teach 2, and I only teach 2 because I was trained with Jolly Phonics, and in Jolly Phonics we teach 2 per week, and typically we teach the 2 at once so that we can be revising them for Monday. We teach on Monday and then we revise from Tuesday to Friday, and then on Monday we can start the next one. So I just continued it. You can actually teach 1, but I teach 2 just because. And so this one just spell it. There's nothing you can do about it. It is THERE there. THERE there. So what we now try to do is now try to make it. So we whisper it. Let's shout. THERE there. Let's like that one. Do it. THERE there. There are so many different things, but just try to have fun. Okay. And then we'll use it in sentences. I am here. You are there. And then we'll now spell it. THERE here. HERE there. Sorry, HERE here, THERE there. That kind of thing. Stop laughing at me. And so, sorry, my 9-year-old is peeping from the window. And so, yes, so we just use it in a lot of sentences. When I was in class, the children will write it. My 5-year-old is not learning to write. She writes, but she only writes like what she has decided to write. I'm not teaching how to write. We're going to do that one after we learn how to read because I'm homeschooling. I can decide to make those kind of choices. Yeah. So, and then with sight words, you do consistent revision because they can forget, and it's okay. So, I have a chart on my wall, like we've learned it, and we put it there. And so people don't like wall charts, like it's too reminiscent of a classroom. So have index cards or have something, maybe you record it on your phone and then you play a voice note and then the child has to spell it. Something, just have a method that the child can use to revise it. Okay, now, here's how I wrote it. Be very patient. In fact, this is a matter of long suffering. Okay. It's a new skill. Their brains are learning something new. Like neurons are coming together, which is why we like to say start doing all those foundational things so that when you get to the point where they need to start learning, they are not doing so many things at the same time. Okay. It's a big deal. Even you as an adult, when you introduce new things in your office, or new tech, you know how it takes you to learn it and how you first of all complain. So please, it's a very big deal. And then we need to be diligent. We need to be consistent. We need to be faithful. Not just in practicing reading, but in reading to your children. Like all these things, all these building blocks. That's because we keep reinforcing the foundations that we have. We keep reinforcing them when we do these things. Then flexibility and adaptability are key skills to have. You can start using a book and you are not enjoying it, your child is not enjoying it. Sister, stop. Or brother, like something is not working for you, change. You want to read and you're used to sitting at table and desk, and your child wants to lie down on the floor. and recite their tricky words. Are they reciting it? Are they not reciting it? Like, let's stick to the issue. Okay. If you are teaching deportment, teach deportment. If you are teaching reading, teach reading. Let's be adaptable. We can read out. Like, there are days that you literally need oxygen and vitamin D for brains to work. And I'm not joking. Even in teaching in class, there are days that you just see this thing is not working. I will pack the children outside. You go and sit inside the sun. Early morning sun, that's 9 o'clock sun. You will notice that brain start to, it's a thing that happens. People are cranky. Everybody go outside, spread out the mat, listen to your audiobook. Do you get? It's not working to read in the morning. Okay, let's go and dance. We'll come back and read in the afternoon. Okay, you're not a tree. You can move, you can shift, right? So please be flexible. And because when we are even flexible and adaptable, we teach our children these things, and these are key skills they need to have in this century. All right, I'm going to stop. I hope this helped you. Thank you so much for listening.
With these few points of mine.
These few points of mine. Okay, do I have time to show you resources, or
let's take some questions first, and then we'll go with the resources.
okay?
Yes, take some questions. We'll go with the resources because I feel like you can always attach the resources as a picture and send it alongside your presentation. But the questions,
Yes, I just wanted to share a few thoughts, but it's fine.
Please go ahead. Please go ahead. Go ahead. Yeah, I can see my Tommy says you can go ahead. So please.
Okay, can you still see my screen? Okay, so
yes,
I'm going to share the link for this one. I'm not allowed to share this particular link, but I was talking about consonant blends, and sometimes you really don't need to stress yourself. Now, we can buy stuff on the internet, but if you are homeschooling, you're on a budget. If you are not homeschooling and you are supplementary schooling, you're probably also on a budget because you're cookies. So let's try. I'm going to be sharing free resources with us that have worked for me. And so I just brought this out. I'm just going to send it so you can see color, it's draw, spur, score. So, a child is reading and the child doesn't have to bother trying to sound these words. In the child's brain, it's already one. It just makes life easier for all of us. Price first 100 words. You see what I'm saying? So like this first 24, which is on the first column, you see the, of, and, a, to. Okay, just very basic words that you see almost everything that is written. And so if a child even knows this one, even if the child cannot read, but the child is fluent in this one, any book the child picks up, the Bible, a hymn book, newspaper, the child will see words that he can read or she can read and just be able to flow and read and just be able to sorry. And so the child will be able to flow and read. The child will not have to think of blending. Just makes life, the child gets more and it makes fluency easy. Now, I was talking about vision, where you are going and why. See this. I'm putting up this is like one of the things I'm using to teach my children how to read, right? The book series I'm using to teach my children how to read. This is the last book in the series. So by the time they go through this series, this is what they'll be able to read. And I don't have time to go through it, but if you look at it, it's very rich. Somebody even once shared that children that can read this and understand it don't have an issue with research papers, don't have an issue with legal speak. I mean, without going to the university, you can take something, read it and understand it without being trained in it, because it's hypertrophy. The muscles of your brain have grown to like hard things. Because I'm going to be sharing, and I'm sharing this particular one because I'm going to be sharing this resource. I was very stingy with it earlier, but it's been making difference in the lives of people I've been sharing it with. And I'm like, we need this help. There's too much to do. Our children are reading
Is it just my end? It seems her screen is frozen.
Okay. I thought it was just okay,
No, it's
that's
not
screen.
just you. Yeah. Amaka, I don't know if you can hear us. Your screen is frozen. Okay, so we'll just hopefully, we just hope that the internet can fix it. Yes. Yeah, so we have a ton of questions. I'm hoping we can go through all of them. So let me start with the first question. Amaka, can you hear us though? Is she still there? Can you please check if she's there and maybe unmute her or something?
She has gone off. I'll test her now.
Oh, too bad. Okay. So the next speaker that we have, I think that she's already on standby. So we'll just wait to connect back with Amaka, but we're going to be addressing how to teach special needs, how you can homeschool children with special needs. And I know that this is a very interesting conversation that will be very, very relevant to a number of parents on how you can homeschool your kids that have special needs. So please stick around for that. That will be the last topic that we'll be discussing. That will be the last session for tonight that we'll wrap up the day with. Let's just check again if Amaka can join in. If she's not able to join in, if we can't get her in, we're going to collate the questions, and when she will be sharing the other resources that she wanted to share alongside her presentation, we would see if she can give a shot at those questions and respond to them. So please, for everyone who sent in their questions, we're sorry that we may not be able to address them, just so that we can close off today's session in a timely fashion. It's almost 7 o'clock, so I feel like at this point we'll just have to move on to Aziza. Aziza, are you on standby?
I want to get in touch with her.
Okay, all right, no problem. So thank you, everyone. I hope we've been having a very, very interesting time with us, because the things that I've learned so far this evening, wonderful. Who is back on? Is Amaka here, or is it Aziza?
Aziza. I want to be sure.
Will the replay be shared? Yes, the replay will be shared with everyone who registered. We are recording the show. To be on YouTube, right? Because we're already live streaming, so you will definitely have access to listen and listen again and again. Yes, I honestly agree. I'm learning a lot, very mind-opening sessions. Absolutely, absolutely. These are things that you would pay a premium to actually have access to. And we thank Tomi and the good people of the Homeschooling Conversations for making this available to us at a very, very almost no cost at all. So thank you. We appreciate it. And I can't wait for tomorrow. I know it's going to be extra, extra, extra. Okay. Do we have Aziza on with us? Do we have Aziza here? She's here. Fantastic. So we're going to move on to our next speaker. Really unfortunate we couldn't have our questions addressed by Amaka, but like I said, we'll send them to her and hopefully she can take some time to respond to them, or would also share her contacts and then you can reach out to her via DM and hopefully she responds to you. So our next speaker is Aziza. Aziza is a wife, a stay-at-home and homeschooling mama of 2 bundles of joy and energy. She coaches fellow stay-at-home moms who are intentional about living their best lives while serving their family. She's a writer and she shares her writing via her newsletter and her website. Ladies and gentlemen, let's make welcome Aziza as she takes on the topic about homeschooling children with special needs. Aziza, thank you so much for being here with us. The floor is yours.
We can't hear you.
Aziza, are you speaking? We can't hear you. Ito. So is it just my end? Aziza, you're
No,
unmuted,
no.
but we can't seem to hear you though. I think she joined using another account. I don't know. I just saw another Aziza join in.
It's not another Aziza. Okay, let me unmute this one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry. Let me try to disconnect the audio of my.
Okay,
Yes.
it's working now. We can hear you now.
Okay, I'm coming to. Okay, so I'm speaking with my phone now, but I will be sharing my slides via my laptop. So can you hear me, please? Can anybody hear me?
Yes, ma'am. We can hear you loud and clear.
Okay. Oh, thank God. So sorry. Let me put up this video. I'm so sorry. Okay.
No worries at all.
Okay. So I will be sharing my slide via my laptop. I'm so sorry. I'm hiding somewhere where my children cannot find me right now because
Aren't we all? Aren't we all? It's okay.
because the light there is not very good. So please bear with me. So
No
my
problem.
name is Aziza, like our host has just said, and I'm a mom to two kids. My son is on the autism spectrum. He was diagnosed at almost 5 years. He was actually non-verbal at almost 5 years old. But now at 9 years old, he's talking my ears off. We praise God for that. While my daughter she's 6. Just give me a moment, please. Okay. I was trying to connect. So, well, my daughter is 6 years, and actually, she was never diagnosed of autism because she went through a milestone really well. And she started talking a bit before the age of 2 years. However, by the time she was 2, she just stopped talking completely, and she didn't start talking again until very recently. So we later discovered that it is also autism because, like I mentioned, autism is a spectrum, and every autistic child is different. There are different symptoms, and these symptoms show in different ways depending on the child. Autism has been reported to be very, very common among boys compared to girls, though they do say that it is not that they are uncommon in girls, but that professionals don't really pay attention to autism in girls the way they do in boys because, boys are naturally hyperactive, very energetic. So there is more attention, while girls mostly can be calmer and all that. So there is more attention paid to boys compared to girls. So I started homeschooling my son after his diagnosis, not immediately after his diagnosis, actually. So let me start sharing my screen. Okay. So I started homeschooling my son like almost a year after his diagnosis, actually. So what happened was that even before we got his diagnosis, he was really, really struggling in school. When he was around the age of 2 plus, he was in a particular class, and I remember the teacher telling me that he was behaving like a baby at the age of, I think, 2+ or so. This teacher, like, literally abandoned my son because he wasn't coping in class. She doesn't talk to him. She doesn't encourage him. Like, she wasn't doing anything, to help him. And for, many times it was so upsetting for me as a mother. I imagine him growing up and his self-esteem, suffering for treatments like this. But when he was in lower classes like nursery, it was still easier for us to manage things. But by the time we got to grade 1, there is a certain level of expectation that teachers will expect from a grade 1 child, which for my son, who is on the spectrum, was very, very challenging and difficult for him. So I went to the school to meet with the teacher. I wanted to interact with her, to educate her. And I asked her that, have you heard about autism? And I was shocked that, an early year teacher was telling me that she has never heard about the word autism. You are an early year teacher teaching young children who most times have one learning difficulties or the other. But I didn't allow that to deter me. I went on to, to try to educate her, tell her about some of my son's struggle and how she needs to communicate with him and all of this. But that same week, when my son resumed into that class, this teacher did something. I think he took his homework to school, and he came back home with that same homework that he took to school. So I called the teacher that, what happened? You didn't take their homeworks from them? And she was like, I announced in class that everybody should bring out their homework. Why didn't he give me his? But I mentioned to you that if you give collective instruction, it is difficult for him to understand. It is difficult for him to process information, to process instruction. So if you need him to do something, please try to speak to him one-on-one. That is the way he processes information. And okay, she went on, she apologized that it will not happen again. Again, another day, the school bus came home to drop my neighbor's child, and my son was not in the school bus. What happened? I asked the driver. The driver told me the teacher said he has not finished copying his note from the board. That was why she did not release him. And she did not bother to call me to explain this to me, nothing. The school bus just came home and my son was not on the bus. I was so angry. Like, I was weeping. I was so heartbroken. Like, this was a boy that cannot even talk. He could not even express himself verbally. He couldn't even if you are hurting him, he cannot even tell you what is happening to him. I drove to school that day. I was so angry. And I went to meet her that after, I explained everything to you. This boy was still, his fine motor skill was very weak at that time. One of the struggles that special needs children, autistic children particularly have, is their fine motor skills. His struggles is writing till date. That experience that my son had, his introduction to writing, is still like a kind of trauma to him till date that I'm still trying to help him heal from. That's forcing him to write, he must write and all of that. And that was at the point where I just told my husband that, you know what, I don't think we can continue with this. I don't think I want to continue with this. I don't think I want my child to continue to deal with this. And I started reading. I didn't pull him out immediately. I started praying, seeking for God's guidance, reading. I met few Nigerian homeschoolers. I asked questions and all of that. I was so scared. God, I was so scared. I was so scared, like, oh God, I hope I will not ruin my child's life. I hope I'm not doing the wrong thing. Homeschooling was not even, I think COVID really, brought out the name homeschooling in Nigeria to the open very well. Homeschooling was not even very popular at that time. I was talking about 4 years ago. So I was so scared. But eventually, I pulled him out. My daughter was still very young at that time, and I just made up my mind that she wasn't going to go to school. So that is my story. And there's a particular story that has continued to motivate me on this journey. So I attended an international homeschool conference over 2 years ago, about 3 years now. And one of the speakers, her name is Peggy Poller, and she's the founder of an organization called SPED. And she shared her story, such a beautiful story. She said her son was diagnosed at the age of 4. He was diagnosed of the autism spectrum at the age of 4. She tried public school, it didn't work for him. She tried private school, it didn't work for him. At the end of the day, she decided to pull out her son to homeschool her son by herself. And she said this boy did not read until he was in the 5th grade. And today, that boy is a graduate of biomedical engineering. And I remember just listening to her sharing her story, and I started crying because it gave me so much hope that a boy that didn't read until 5th grade, the society will have, written that kind of boy off. Will have written him off. Your mate are already doing this. Your mate are already doing that. You cannot do this. You cannot. And that boy, and our story just fueled me that yes, God, I did not make the wrong decision to homeschool my son. And I'm not going to say that it's been an easy ride. No, it's been a roller coaster. There've been wins, there've been failures, there've been joys, and there've been so much tears too, and so much doubt. The fears still come, the doubts still come, but we keep pushing on, trusting in God for his guidance, for his help, and always learning. I'm always learning, always reading, and all of that. So here in Nigeria, we talk about, the word we use a lot is special needs. But in some society, they frown upon that word special needs. Some society prefer the word disability, while some don't. Personally, I prefer the word I prefer the word differently abled, because I don't believe they are disabled. I just believe they are differently abled. I believe their strength lies in a different place. Even if the society does not see it, they have their own strength, just like every human being, and they have their own weaknesses. So I always prefer to use the word differently abled. And in a country like Dubai, in the UAE, they use the word people of determination. They use it for people in this category, people that have limb issues, people that are blind. They prefer to use the word people of determination. And another word I love to use is the neurodivergent, which means the way their brain works is different from the way the brain of the majority of people works. That is what they mean by the neurodivergent. Their brain works differently. It doesn't mean, it doesn't mean that something is bad, something bad is wrong with them. It just simply means that their perspective of the world, the way they see things, is quite different from the way majority of people do. And honestly, I think that is okay. I am someone that many people, refer to me as a party pooper, because I like to look at things really, really deep. Whilst sometimes it's not too good, but when people might be laughing that this thing is funny, I'm like, no, it's not. I don't find it funny. It's not funny. I don't find it funny. And that is me because of my perspective. So these are the different vocabularies that is used to refer to people in this category. The conditions may include autism spectrum disorder, like my son and my daughter. And we also have autism, the Asperger's syndrome is now classified together under the autism spectrum together. and autism spectrum disorder, they are no longer separated. Then we have the ADHD, attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, then the Down syndrome, the cerebral palsy, then dyscalculia, which is difficulty with mathematics, dysgraphia, difficulty with writing, dyslexia, which is difficulty with reading, and dyspraxia, which is difficulty with coordination. One thing is that many children on the autism spectrum disorder usually have the symptoms of attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. They usually have difficulty with mathematics, difficulty with writing due to poor, what is it called? This skill, the gross motor skill. I've forgotten, it just skipped my mind. They are fine motor skills, yes, due to poor fine motor skills. And they also do have dyslexia. Not all of them, some of them, in many of them, some of these symptoms might present themselves all at once in some children that have autism spectrum disorder. And that is why we have autism is referred to as a spectrum, why some may be severe, some may be like a middle range, and some may be mild. You might meet someone and you're like, oh, this person is not autistic. There's nothing wrong with this person. And yes, there's actually, the person is actually struggling. For example, if you meet my son, initially when he was younger, people were like, people could pick him out. Oh, this boy, I think he has autism. But now that he's older, you can barely even recognize him as a child that has autism. But yes, he has autism. He has his struggles. Math is one of the subjects he doesn't like. And I'm trying not to project my own trauma with mathematics, not to project it on him. I'm trying to see ways to help him love mathematics, because funny enough, despite all my issues with mathematics growing up, I'm loving mathematics as I am rediscovering the joy in mathematics as I am teaching him. And that's one of the amazing things about homeschooling. Like you learn with your children, you grow with them, and you are able to even heal some of your trauma, some of your own school related, because I have my own school related trauma too, and which was one of the reasons why I pulled my son out, because I could remember myself in school. I was that timid girl, that shy girl, and there was nothing wrong with me. I was just an introverted girl that loved to read. I prefer to read. I love to read. I don't like mathematics. Doesn't mean that I hate it as a subject, but I remember my class teacher actually complained that I read too much when I was in primary 4, because as a primary 4, I was already reading books like Jane Eyre, the unabridged version of Jane Eyre. I read it in primary 4. So my class teacher actually wrote it in my report card that I read too much. Imagine. So, this aspect of me was what nobody gets. My parents would complain that I read books too much, right? I don't read my school books, but I read other books. I love reading. Reading was just a way for me to escape, to just live in my own way, in my own head. But it was something that I was constantly criticized for. I received criticism for that love. So I saw myself in my son, and so it was one of the things that gave me the courage to eventually pull him out of school then. So there are different reasons why homeschooling may benefit a child that is differently abled. So number one is the one-on-one attention. Look, after I started homeschooling my kids, I realized something. I think as mom to a child that is struggling, that has many difficulties, I just feel it is unfair for me to expect a teacher that has over 18 children, 18 pupils in the class, to now keep singling out my own son every time. It will definitely affect other children. And there is so much that the teacher can only do within how many hours in a day. It is not easy. It is not easy for such a child to get the one-on-one attention that they actually require, that they actually need to learn. They are children that learn through connection. except, you have a lot of money and you can send your children to all these big schools that have inclusive facilities, or you can get, they call them shadow. You can actually hire a shadow that will be following your child to school. But at that time, we were not financially equipped to even do all of that. So homeschooling my child was just the best option, and I'm grateful to God who gave me the courage to do it. So homeschooling offers you and your child the opportunity to enjoy one-on-one learning experience, which is almost impossible to achieve in a mainstream school setting. Imagine a teacher having to go to your own child alone every time to go and talk to your child, do this. It is time to do this. What about the other children? At the end of the day, they are all paying the same school fees now. It is not fair on the other children. So you can get mad at the teacher. At the end of the teacher can only do the best that she can do. She or she cannot kill herself. And school, I always tell people, I tell parents of children parents that have children that are differently able. Look, school at the end of the day, if they are running a business, they have a start day and a close day. Everything has to be ticked off. We have to resume social dates. And except COVID happened, they have to close no matter what happened. We have to go on midterm break at this day. We have to close on this day. There is a very little flexibility that can happen in a school, in a mainstream school setting, which is one of the amazing things that homeschooling will offer you, flexibility. If your child, for example, now, if we are learning, some weeks back where we were learning a topic in mathematics, I had planned I would do that topic for a week. At the end of the day, my son did not understand it. Who will arrest me if I decide 1 week become 2 weeks? And if he still doesn't understand it, 2 weeks become 3 weeks. That is homeschool. But they cannot do that in school. Sometimes my friend complains that I should imagine that they introduced 2 different topics within 1 week. That as the child even understand, I said, look, you cannot blame them. They have a calendar they have to follow. I can't blame them. They are running business. And no matter how kind or nice, at the end of the day, they need to make profit. They have teachers to pay. So you cannot, you can't, I don't blame them. So it is either you close your eyes to the inadequacies or you look for other alternatives like homeschooling that will allow flexibility, one-on-one attention for your child. So another beneficial thing is the individualized instruction. Like I said, they are differently able, meaning that they learn differently. So let me give an example. There was a time I wanted my son to start learning spelling, but he was still struggling with writing at that time. So initially I was trying to force him, but you have to write. Why would you? One I just told myself, like, madam, stop worrying yourself. If he doesn't want to write now, he will write one day. Bring out all the magnetic alphabet. Oh yeah, I started dictation. We're using your alphabet, arrange them, spell. And he was doing his spelling. At the end of the day, we achieved what we wanted to achieve. But in a way that suits his uniqueness, without me getting frustrated and him getting frustrated. And you don't have to rush anything. Nobody is chasing you. Nobody is chasing you. Recently, I discovered one amazing homeschooling curriculum for mathematics. It's so comprehensive, and I discovered some gaps that I thought we had. And I was like, okay, I don't think this boy knows how to spell. He can read. He can give him any number word in writing. He can read. You know, this is 22. I was like, I don't think this boy can write. If you dictate, I don't think you can write it. So I decided, okay, so this day we are going to focus on learning how to write number words. We resume in October. That's what I was saying about homeschooling. In September, I wasn't doing well mentally to resume homeschool. So it was in October that we will resume school. We resumed school in October. So it's my plan was that in October, by October, I want him to learn how to spell 1 to 10. The first day I dictated the number because I actually wanted to know that. Is it that he doesn't know it at all, or maybe he knows it? and I am not, because there are things he learned and I'm not even aware that he already knew it. And I was shocked that he was able to spell many of the numbers when I was dictating them to him. And within 3 weeks, he was able to write everything by himself. If I had forced him to learn those numbers, maybe at the age of 5 or at the age of 7, when he wasn't ready, it would have been war for both of us. That same thing, I introduced it within 3 weeks, he had already grasped it and he has learned it. And that's one of the advantages of school. You don't have to push everything down their throat at once. You can space out their learning because you are the mother, you are the teacher, you understand the strength of your child. This doesn't mean that one should not challenge them. Because one of the ways you help your autistic child is by challenging their brain. Push them so that they keep exercising their brain. And that is it. If he doesn't understand something, my home is filled with so many mathematics manipulatives. I remember when he was going to mainstream school and they were teaching them addition. I went to the teacher, I said, okay, why can't you be using counters for them? I remember when I was in elementary school, they would even asked us to bring countertops. Those of us that went to school in the 90s, they will ask us to bring countertops to school when they want to start introducing these small additions. Why are you not using countertops or stones for them to, to bring math alive for them? Bring this thing alive. Just telling them to be drawing circle. Some children will not understand. Let them feel it. The teacher said, that's how they are teaching it. When I brought my son home, I invested in manipulatives, and we were using manipulatives. My friends will laugh at me that she got open school. I said, I'm ready to open school. These 2 children that I'm teaching, self, God knows that it has reached my neck. It has reached my neck. Let me just be doing my thing, like this. And that is it. You can design an instruction, an educational method that fits the uniqueness of your child. That will be less frustrating for you and for your child. And at the end of the day, what is nobody, at the end of the day, nobody is going to laugh at a child that did not read until 5th grade. Nobody is going to laugh at a child that is not right until 8 years old. At the end of the day, everybody will be all right last. My daughter, I used the unschooling method for her. There's this book I read by Dr. Peter Gray. I don't know if colleagues have heard of that name, Dr. Peter Gray. I've forgotten the title of the book right now. The man is a scientist. He had to change his field of research after his own son at the age of 9 told him he's no longer going to school, that school is not working for him. And they discovered another school that allowed these children to explore. Oh my, Nepal.
Okay, I think she said Nepal is taking light or something. Nepal is happening to us. Sorry?
Okay, hello, can you hear me?
Okay.
Okay, yeah. Yes, sorry. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Hello?
We didn't hear you.
Okay.
We can hear you now.
Okay.
Yes.
So it said that his son decided that he wasn't going to school anymore at the age of 9. And they had to look for another school. The man was like, as a man that was raised in the 70s, a scientist, it didn't make sense to him. So if you don't
Network, oh, network, oh.
Children are self-learners. That
Your
children are self.
Your network
Oh my God.
So we didn't hear a bit
Oh
of what
my
you
God.
said.
I am using my mobile network now. That's why I'm having issue. My Wi-Fi
But we
battery
can hear
has
you now.
gone. You can hear me,
Can hear
okay. So after reading his book, I decided to go the on-school approach for my daughter when she was younger. And I was amazed at everything this girl was able to learn. Just by, she wake up in the morning, she
The network keeps fluctuating. It's hard to hear you, ma'am. Yes, it's pretty difficult. But just try. Just maybe turn off your video and use just your audio. Let's manage your bandwidth. Aziza, can you hear us? Maybe you
yes, I can hear you now.
Yes, turn off your video and just use your audio since we can't really see.
Okay.
Yeah, so just turn off the video. Let's manage your bandwidth.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So can you hear me clearly now?
Yes, we can.
Okay.
We can.
Oh, thank God. Okay, thank God. Okay. So I never sat my daughter down from the age of when she was a baby till the age of 5. She never had any structured learning. It was when she was past the age of 5 and she was still non-verbal, we decided to get a speech and language therapist who came in, designed an individualized educational plan for her IEP, and she also doubled as a teacher. So initially she was coming 4 times a week, 5 times a week, but now I have reduced the number of days she comes in a week. And within the time she came, I was so surprised the way my daughter took to writing, doing her phonics. And it also made me realize that when we allow children's brain to mature properly, the way they will receive information that we force them to learn when they are much younger would be different when we allow them to grow older and mature properly. For example, in countries like Finland, they don't introduce things like writing, reading until children are around 7 years old. They don't. And, they are doing well. I honestly don't understand where these, okay, now let me even go there so that it shouldn't be like I'm throwing shades or anything. So let me be quiet. So another benefit to homeschooling your differently able child is a safe environment and also accommodation. That is, you'll be able to accommodate certain things that the school cannot accommodate. So mainstream classrooms environment are very busy, and they have things that can distract and trigger a child who is differently able depending on his or her diagnosis. So for example, my son gets easily distracted. So when he's learning, I have to keep things away from him because he's always want to touch, he's very restless, want to touch this, constantly calling his attention back to myself. And things like colors, sounds can trigger sensory flare up for a child that is on the autism spectrum and can hinder their learning ability. Also, they don't like, sometimes we learn what he's building with his magnetic tiles. He's learning. His hands are busy building his magnetic tiles and he's learning. The other day we went to the park. I was it was on the swing, it was swinging, and we were deconstructing sentences, doing part of speech. It was swinging. These accommodations cannot be allowed in school. Sometimes when we've learned for a while, it gets really restless. So we have a way we communicate. I just tell him, okay, do you need a break? And he will say, if you actually need the break, you tell me yes. We call it timeout. Do you need a timeout? But timeout, it does not connote punishment. Just timeout for him to calm down, to settle down, and be able to come back to his learning. So I give him time, take a time out. So he will just go, he can sit or stand by, if he has a wall where he stands, he will sit or stand by that wall. And when he's ready, he will tell me, I'm ready to come back. The school cannot accommodate things like this. Because like I mentioned earlier, the school is time bound. And they have things they need to tick off their curriculum, which will make it difficult for any school to accommodate all these little things that helps a differently able child to learn. So on to how to homeschool your special needs child. So a disclaimer, just understand that these things that I wrote here are not like, they are like a foundation to how to homeschool. At the end of the day, how you choose to homeschool your child will be determined by maybe your faith, your mission, your family mission, your personal goal, your dreams for your child, and maybe your family dynamics. All of these things come into play when we talk about how each family homeschool, and every family homeschool differently. So understand your child's diagnosis. So the number one is understand your child's diagnosis, the school, embrace the flexibility that homeschool offer, be patient, then on to the conclusion. So understand your child's diagnosis. Not two differently able child is the same, even if they have similar named condition. So if you see two children that are on the autism spectrum, they are still different. They are still different. Their diagnosis will be different. So on this, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Also, understanding your child's diagnosis will help prepare you for a successful homeschool journey with your child. Also, understanding your child's diagnosis and different abilities will help you to support them more effectively, and it will help you to remain your child's strongest advocate and loudest cheerleader. So, and this is very important, as a parent to a child who is differently abled, you have to be ready to fight for your child. I'm not saying that I fight like a tauto, but you have to be ready to speak for your child. And you have to fiercely believe in your child. Because as your child grows older, there will be doubts. Sometimes my son will tell me something, but I don't know it. And I'm like, no, you don't know it yet. That is different. So I'm constantly teaching him the language he needs to use. I don't know it yet. And I'm constantly affirming to him that even I don't know anything until I learned it. That every single human being that you know, that you see, who seem to know something, learned it. Nobody came into this world with any baggage of knowledge. Every one of us, we had to learn, and we will continue to learn, and we will never stop learning until we die. You have to keep speaking these words into your son. You have to keep speaking. Initially, it might not make sense. It might not seem like this child understands me. But I believe strongly that somewhere inside their hearts, they hear this word. And one day you will be amazed at how they will use this word to propel themselves. And one of the words I constantly, tell my son to affirm to himself is, my challenges help me grow. He does affirmation every morning as part of our morning activities. He does affirmations. My challenge, so when he's complaining, I don't know this thing. Remember, your challenges do what? My challenges help me. Affirm that to yourself. It is your challenges that will expand you, that will elevate you, that will help you grow. As long as you keep learning, you will keep growing. That is just the foundation of life. So the second point to homeschooling is disco. This one is, the schooling is like a mindset journey that every parent who wants to homeschool, whether your child is differently abled or neurotypical, this schooling is a mindset journey that every parent that desires to homeschool should and must go through. And simply put, the schooling means to unlearn that fixed idea in your mind of what education must look like. Then be open-minded to the possibilities that homeschooling can afford your children. So for many of us, even if you're about to homeschool a child that has never been to school, the fact remains that you have been to school. You spent years in a particular setting where you were constantly made to believe that this is the only thing education must look like. Classroom, blackboard, teacher standing in front, everybody sitting down quietly. Don't talk until you raise up your hand. It's been fixed into your mind. And if you did not de-school, that is the mindset you are going to bring into your own school. And if you are homeschooling a child that is differently able, you will be frustrated, your child will be frustrated, and everything will be done like this thing is not even working. And no, it is not like homeschooling is not working. It is you who need to go through a mindset shift. And that is where the schooling takes place. It is a period of adjustments and healing that must take place before you can truly spread your wings as a homeschooler. Homeschooling has so many opportunities. And honestly, I always say, it is as, it is, if you have plenty money, if you are rich, it is as much as you want to spend that money. And if you don't have money, if you still don't have plenty money, you can still manage within what you have. That is the amazing thing about homeschool. You can fit it into any family dynamics that you are into any season. We go through different seasons in our family lives. So into any season your family is dealing with, you can find a place for homeschool within it. But you must have that belief. You must be open-minded and you must be willing to learn and grow through it. And that is where the schooling comes in. Number 3, I've mentioned this earlier, embrace the flexibility. Homeschooling is freedom. As a parent to a differently abled child, the flexibility that homeschooling offers will ensure that you are able to make choices that fit into your child's uniqueness. You are able to play around with different learning styles, curriculums, resources, etc., until you find what works best for your child. And it is also easier to fit therapy activities into your homeschooling routine. So when I first started homeschooling my son, that was also the same time he started therapy. So we got a therapist that was coming in privately to take him once a month at that time. So he will come in once a month, take him, train me. I will watch him. And for the rest of the month, I will do the work. He will come in the following month, assess what I was able to do, see the progress, set another IEP for him. And that was how we were doing. But with my daughter, I realized it would be too much for me. My son is older now, his learning is more structured. And my daughter she really needs, one-on-one therapy, not like we did. My son was younger when he started his own therapy. So we decided that the therapist should be coming in full-time, 5 days a week at the beginning. And she did that for 6 months, 5 days a week. And we were able to fit everything into our own school. The therapy activities, this madam was already washing plates. I'm always wowed by our fine motor skill and our gross motor skills. She loved jumping, climbing trees, because nobody was telling her stop. When people come to my house and they see my daughter climbing, tell her to stop. She will fall down. She will not. Don't worry. Don't give yourself high blood pressure. She's fine. Her gross motor skill, I trust that gross motor skill. Her balance is amazing. Don't mind. Don't worry with that girl. she would balance. Because she didn't have, there was really no restrictions to our abilities, and she was able to explore. She was able to explore her strength and, you know, just have fun with them. So and this flexibility, if one curriculum is not working, this year alone, at the beginning of this year, I was busy trying to apply for some I was applying for some further studies for myself. So I was really busy. I decided, okay, let us get a teacher that will be coming here to teach them. And I got a teacher. That's one of the flexibility. When something is not working, you are in a particular season that is challenging for you, you can outsource their learning. I got a teacher. She taught them for 3 months. I was not satisfied. I told her to stop coming. I told her to stop coming because it just like sucked out the life out of our own school. I missed the slow mornings we used to have, the morning activities we used to do, even though we don't do our morning activities every single day, but I just missed it because we are paying this teacher. I will tell you better sit down, you better learn. I was shouting at my children because we are paying the teacher. And the teacher's coming is time bound. Like, how will I pay the teacher 100,000 at the end of the month? The children, we don't learn anything. I became frustrated. I said, teacher, please don't come again. Let us be doing our slow learning. I'll be going at our own pace before I turn into something else. So, and that is it. That is the flexibility of homeschool. That is the beauty of it. You know, my son struggled with mathematics. So one curriculum I recently used with him is IXL.com. I use their curriculum. I love the way they made mathematics. So it is an internet-based curriculum. They brought mathematics to life. Everything is so colorful. They have beautiful pictures that a child will be learning. Sometimes they even think they're having fun and they are learning. So you can change your curriculum. You can, you can play around the things until you find what works for your child. Be patient. Okay. So this one, there's this myth that homeschooling parents are angels and that we don't lose our temper, that we are so patient. that also we are the angel that warms his head. It's a lie. We are human beings. We get angry. Sometimes we raise our voice. But honestly, patience is very, very important. If parenting naturally requires patience, being a homeschooler is another, plus 2. Now imagine homeschooling a differently abled child. Hey, look, that's another level of patience. Because, you are teaching a child that is very difficult to understand mathematics. And you're thinking, but I've explained this to you before. Don't you get it? And this is a reminder to myself. And what your child is hearing is that my mommy is saying that I'm dumb. That is what your child is hearing. My mother is saying that I'm dumb. I don't know it. And my son will tell me, you are yelling at me. And I'm like, I'm so sorry. It's not usually I'm the one that has problems. It's not usually I'm the one that needs to go and manage my emotion. I'm the one that has problems. It's not you, it's me. I'll just tell him, you know what? I think I need a timeout. Just go and sit down there. Give me time. Let me work on my own emotion and calm down. Because when I get angry, he doesn't want to do. At the end of the day, he doesn't want to do. He tells me I don't want to do. So the shouting match without starting like, hey, God, have mercy upon me. Honestly, it is not the child, it is me. It is me, it is the adults that it is we that need to, manage our emotions, learn how to manage our emotions better. We need to be the adults here. They are still children. And, at the end of the day, homeschooling my child, I tell people this, having a child that is differently abled has forced me to see my own flaws and to understand that I have so many traumas that I need to heal from. There are so many issues that I can no longer sweep under the rug that I need to address. It has forced me to take ownership of my issues. It has forced me to take ownership of my trauma and to know when I'm projecting on my own children. Oh, sorry, I'm almost done. Oh, sorry. So in conclusion, this is the last slide. In conclusion, as a parent that want to homeschool a differently able child, every child, I've explained this somehow in the last slide. You need to have creative problem solving skills. You need to work on your emotional intelligence. Autistic children, they thrive on routine. I still struggle with routine, but I try as much as possible to be as consistent as the realities of our life allows, but they try on routine. And lastly, be hopeful. I know sometimes it seems like you are teaching, they are not getting it. It seems like, but I'm teaching you this, you're not getting it. But honestly, one day, that child will bring you the result of all your talk, and you will be shocked that so you heard me, you are learning. Be hopeful, be prayerful, and know that God did not give you a problem child. Differently able children are not problem children. They are not a cause. They are not problem children. You don't need to, they don't pray for them like you pray for every normal child. Pray that God should protect them, surround them with good companies as they grow older. But don't pray for them as if a demon is disturbed. There is no demon that is disturbing them. They are children, they are human beings that God created differently. And there's nothing wrong with difference as long as it is in line with what God allows. So thank you so much for listening. I hope I was able to deliver more. Thank you so much. I am so honored.
Thank you so much. You more than delivered. You over delivered. Thank you. I really like the perspective that you brought to this conversation that we've started today at 12 o'clock. I thank you so much. Really like that. Honestly, hearing you speak, there's just so much positivity, so much joy and energy coming from you. And I also like that you're very candid about the vulnerability you have to, do with your kids and letting them understand that it's not them, it's you, and how that you have to deal with some of the emotions that are causing you to probably yell at them or be impatient with them. That's really, really wonderful. Yes. Everyone has been asking, are we going to have access to the recording? You will have access to them. They will be hosted on the YouTube platform. So long as you register for this event, the email will be sent to you so you can know how to access it on the YouTube. But yes, you will have access to every recording that we have and all of the sessions that we've had with all of our speakers. Thank you again once. I really also like what you said about being hopeful and setting up a routine for your children. And I think it also applies to not just neurodivergent children or differently able children, but even the neurotypical child. Every child pretty much thrives on routine. So I think this also applies to parents, to their children. And lastly, one of the things you also said is, if your child is differently able, they are not a problem, because sometimes you didn't register, no problem, please drop your email, we would have it sent to you as well. Louisa, thank you. I was saying that sometimes we tend to view our children that are differently abled as a curse, or as, oh, I must have done something wrong and God is using this to punish me or trying to teach me a life lesson. No, your child is a blessing. Your child is a blessing. And I think that when we shift and change that perspective to how we see our children, it helps us appreciate them more for the blessing that they are to us. So really, again, thank you very much. Even through all the NEPA wahala,
so much for having me.
Thank you for having me. Really appreciate you.
Honored.
Yes, we appreciate you. We don't have any questions per se. I think you were very, very thorough with your presentation. That's to let you know. We didn't have any questions directly. A lot of us found this very enlightening in that we're able to hear firsthand from a parent who is having to, raise and nurture a child that is differently able. Some of us also have that reality, but we just feel alone and isolated. I feel like it's only us that's having to deal with this. So you being able to give us this perspective is really great. I think I have one question here. Someone asked, what is the name of the curriculum? The name of the curriculum.
Okay.
There's a curriculum you had mentioned.
Yes, IXL. IXL.
IXL, right?
IXL. So just type IXL.com. You can try it for free. I think they allow on their free version. On the free version, you can do 10 questions per day. Your child can do 10 questions per day, because you can try to see if it is something that your child will like before you invest in it.
Right. Okay. Thank you so much. I hope you got that. To the person who asked the question, IXL.com. Thank you all. Thank you all. Thank you all to everyone who has been with us up to this very moment. Thank you. We don't take your time for granted at all. And to all of our speakers, you have been truly, truly amazing. Thank you. From Kumbi to Adedamoye, Amaka, and now to Aziza. Thank you all so much. Really appreciate you for your time. On behalf of the Homeschooling Conversation, we really do appreciate and thank you so, so much. To everyone who has joined in tonight and this evening, remember that you can access the sessions that we've had on our YouTube platform. Just kindly search for the Cuddle blog, and you would see the program right there on YouTube. If you didn't register, not a problem. You would also find it there on YouTube. But because we want you to have access to the presentations, you would also still need to register, just you can have them, right? So you can have access to the presentations from our speakers and other resources that they'll be sharing to those who registered for the program. So if you didn't, please still go on and register so we can have your email address. Lastly, let's remember that we're going to be at Landmark tomorrow at 10 a.m. 10 a.m. There's lots of gifts from our sponsors and those who have supported the conference. So it's going to be there for you. And you also get to meet everyone who has joined in tonight. Well, not everyone, some of us. And you then have opportunities to speak one-on-one with the speakers as well. Again, thank you once again. This brings us to the close of today, day one of the Homeschooling Conversations 2022. We'll look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Tomorrow's session will also be live streamed on YouTube as well. So if you're not able to be with us in Lagos at Landmark, you can join in with the link. We'll send that to everyone who registered, and you can join in on the Cody blog by 10 a.m. We'll be live on the stream. Have a good night. Thank you all. Thank you all. Thank you all. To all of our speakers, all of our participants, thank you. You have been amazing. God bless you. Have a wonderful evening. See you tomorrow. Bye. Bye, everyone. Bye, everyone. Bye, everyone. Bye, bye, bye. This has been really, really fantastic. Bye. There's no gift for the last person to sign out. There's no gift for the last person to sign out. So bye-bye. Yeah. No gift. Those who are in Ibadan, remember, we're going to reach out to you. We're taking your details. You'll get your gift communicated to you. Thank you. See you tomorrow. Bye. You want to try your luck? No. Tinuke, bye-bye. No. No gift for the last person. Please be going, oh, be going, oh. See you at 10 o'clock. Go and sleep. Go and sleep. Tommy, thank you. You've been wonderful. You've really been great. See you tomorrow, bright and early, 10 o'clock, 10 o'clock. All right. Let me go and take care of my constituency members. Bye. Bye, Shola. Nuvie asking why now. Bye. To me, I can take a bow, Abby.